What is everybody? Welcome. Truth and Transparency on a Saturday at 1. Has to be something important. It is. It is important. Welcome, Idaho. Dr. Katie Spirko is going to learn about Jennifer Drake and the Drake murder case. I've been begging people to not only look at the Dr. Moore, Dr. Drake case, but literally come at me with everything you got. I have spent, I couldn't tell you how many hours on this case. And I've spent it with the discovery. The way that I was able to get the discovery is because Jennifer Drake, the wife of Brian Drake, was given the criminal discovery in an active unsolved homicide in order to pursue a civil case against somebody that had not even gone to trial. And that would be Dr. Dan Moore. And so she was provided the active, open criminal discovery in her husband's murder case. You guys should be saying, huh? Is that normal? Of course it's not normal. But hey, welcome to Idaho. So everything that I've been able to work from is not like, oh, well, maybe this or maybe that. No. This is straight from the discovery. So that's really important to understand. And like I said, I've been asking people to, the way that I found this case is because I was covering very, very intently and still do cover the Idaho 4 case. And I was able to find this case because of my coverage of the Idaho 4 case. I came across when Ann Taylor had made motions, she had talked about she wanted the training records of certain individuals from the Idaho State Police. I went ahead and Google searched, very simple Google search, who these troopers were. I typed in Michael Van Leuven, Idaho State Police. I typed in Gary Tollison, Idaho State Police. Sure as shit, boom, boom, boom. I'm getting, I was like, what is this? They're being sued. This was in 2023 when I typed in their names, and they're being sued. And they're being sued by a Dr. Dan Moore. And I'm like, what is all this about? Come to find out, that's how I came across the Brian Drake. There's 2 chiropractors. Brian Drake was allegedly shot through a window at the closing of one of his days at his office in Bonners Ferry. And 6 months later, they go ahead and arrest another chiropractor in town, Dr. Dan Moore. But before they arrest him, they bring him in to question him, and they end up violating his Miranda. He asked for a lawyer, countless of times. And then he just, after being fed the story, he confesses to doing this. And it's just like, wait, what? What's going on here? So his confession would eventually be thrown out. So Idaho cannot use it. And then they said, well, we're not able to make probable cause because that's all we had was this confession. But meanwhile, going into what we're looking at right here this is actually the 18 or 19 pages, just like in the Brian Kohlberger case. This is the actual probable cause that they filed, the affidavit, which is the same amount of pages almost that they did in the Brian Kohlberger case. And they had all of this filled out up and in through. Literally the last thing that they ended up putting on here was this, confession. So the judge was like, well, that's getting thrown out. They had a preliminary hearing. They couldn't even indict him through a grand jury. They had a preliminary hearing. They don't enter in the 911 call at the preliminary hearing. They attempt to try to through the wife, Jennifer Drake, but they end up not being able to play it. They said there's something wrong with the technology. And so it doesn't get played. And then the prosecutor like withdraws, basically saying, I'm not even going to bother with doing that. And at the end of the day, okay, if we're pulling back the this confession, what do you guys have? And they said, when I say they, the prosecutor, who is now dead, by the way, the prosecutor and the Idaho State Police and the Boundary County sheriffs and the Bonners Ferry people, the police, we don't have anything. Wait, you're not going to try to put forward anything that you wrote in these? I mean, you didn't have a confession from Brian Kohlberger, right? Everything that you had was circumstantial, right? Until we got the DNA. Yeah, but one of your search warrant affidavits didn't even want to put that in there. At the end of the day, they say, we don't have anything else. And so the judge was like, okay, well, we're pulling this, there's no probable cause here. And this case is dismissed. It's without prejudice, though, if you guys can put together something, whatever, murder has no statute of limitations. So as we know, but prior to getting that ruling, Jennifer Drake went and sought out a civil attorney and sued Dr. Moore and Jane Doe, which was his wife, for wrongful death and, other tort claims. Well, the crazy part that happened here is that Dan Moore had an attorney by the name of Jill Bolton as his criminal defense attorney. And somehow she ends up becoming his civil defense attorney, which is total conflict of interest, but whatever. They seem not to care about anything in Idaho. There's two totally different interests there. But during and waiting for this decision to be made on what's going to happen with the criminal case, Dan Moore's attorney filed an answer to Jennifer Drake's civil claims and then countersued her for defamation and all this other shit. What ends up happening is that when the judge came out and said, okay, this is dismissed, you're free to leave, Dr. Moore, Jennifer waited for like a year. And because after Jill Bolton filed for the counterclaim, then they went and they stayed the civil case until the criminal case was over. That's what happens like every day, all the time in cases like this. So what happened is that you have a judge that said, yes, this the civil case is stayed until the criminal case has been adjudicated, until there's a resolution. Because otherwise it would be competing interests of Dr. Moore with his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Okay. Well, a year would pass and Jennifer Drake goes to her attorney and says, hey, I want you to file a motion asking the courts to lift the stay. And this happened in 2023, the beginning of the year, in like January, I think. And this is a no-brainer for Dan Moore's attorney to come back and say, absolutely not. We object to this. We object to the stay being lifted on the grounds that Judge Buchanan said that this was a stay act to maintain his, Fifth Amendment, blah, 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 until there's resolution with the criminal case. That didn't happen, though. Jill Bolton, acting now as his civil attorney, was like, we have no objection to this civil case being the stay being lifted and to move forward. And you guys should all ask yourselves, well, why would anybody do that? Money. Jill Bolton knew that she was not going to make another dollar on the criminal case because they didn't have one. But Jill Bolton, acting as his civil attorney as well, which was conflict of interest, she was then set to be able to bill the Moores and make $1 million. Literally, she had $1 million at the end of the day from the Moores, and then withdrew from their case and left them high and dry with no attorney. So, but we're going to back all the way up here to Dr. Katie Spirko's here. I'm going to bring her out. And if there's anybody that's the Spitfire and that could come ask me 1 million questions to play devil's advocate, it's her. She's going to keep it real. I told her I have any question that she has about the case, if I don't know it, I can pull up the material to say, here, this is what's on it. But I'm confident that I'm going to be able to answer these questions. So she's going to learn about the case, and it's a great way to learn about the case for you guys that don't know it that well. So here we go. I think she's ready.
I was born ready.
Hi, what's up, girl?
I'm so excited to learn about this case.
Oh, well, I'm so excited that somebody's like, yeah, I want to hear about this case, because I mean, that's half the battle.
Yeah. So I don't know. I didn't hear if I'm repeating, you can cut off and stop me. We met over the Zach Adams case, and we're still waiting on a verdict for that. It's due, and we're ready for it any second. And you've done some amazing research on that case, and
thanks.
And brought out some things that in years of me working on it, I had missed. And we still disagree about overall. We're getting some answers. And so this case came up when we've been working on the Zach Adams case together and sharing theories and playing devil's advocate for each other. And you have been wanting me to get into this case and follow it for a while. And I have not really had a chance yet to dig into everything you've posted on it. So today's going to be an opportunity where you're going to basically let me essentially interview you about the case.
Yes.
And I have Kinsey, my intern, in the chat who's going to be taking notes.
She here?
Oh, she's here. Yeah, she's excited for it too.
What's up, girl? I didn't see if she posted. I want to tag her. That she. I'm bad about paying attention to the chat, as people know.
Show yourself. I'm usually just like. There she says hi.
I just want to highlight it. Yeah, there she is. What's up, girl? Good to see you in here. Oh, there she says, hey, Katie.
And this is fun because it's recorded, and so I can go back to it. So I don't need to have my security blanket of my blank document open to take notes on all of this. I still might have it anyway.
Yeah, whatever you need to do.
So should we just jump in, or what's the best way to? How do you want to do this?
How I was thinking is like, let's just treat it like if me and you were having like a Zoom conversation, and everybody gets to then watch as we're breaking stuff down.
Almost like this is an initial consultation.
Yes.
I'm learning about the case, and really it is. That's what we're doing.
It is.
We're doing a consultation to see if I can be helpful on the case, and we're just doing it on YouTube live.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you know what, people? It's like basically a mini reality show right here.
I love it. And feel free to criticize or compliment the interview skills and all of it. Tell me how I can do things better. But okay, so let's start here.
Yeah.
How did you get involved in this case?
Okay, so as I was just telling everybody out there, just very simply, the Idaho 4 case is how I came across it. When Ann Taylor, the defense attorney for Brian Kohlberger, posted the names of, she wanted training records for a couple officers. When she posted that in a motion, I went out and then started Google searching these officers' names to see like if they were involved in anything that's publicly, available. And what came up is that 2 of the officers from Idaho State Police were being sued by a guy named Dr. Dan Moore. And that's more or less how I came about it. It's from the Idaho 4 case. And then so I was like, what is this case? Wait, Dr. Dan Moore, why are the police being sued by a chiropractor? Well, come to find out.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to jump in.
Oh, no. So then just come to find out.
Why are the police suing, or why is Dr. Dan Moore, a chiropractor, suing these police?
Yeah. And so when I saw that, oh, wow, there was a murder in Bonners Ferry in 2020 of a guy that was a chiropractor, that his name is Brian Drake, that it was, oh, wow, the police arrested this guy, Dr. Dan Moore, for the murder of another chiropractor, Brian Drake. And it was out of Bonners Ferry, but the Idaho State Police were in charge of the investigation because it's like a small local police department. It was during COVID, and the same investigators that were involved in the Idaho 4 case worked this case. And I was like, oh my God, I want to get a lot of insight here on who these clowns are, more or less.
Yeah.
Well, because they were being sued for Miranda violations. They were being sued for God, they were being sued for coercion. I mean, there was a lot of shit.
And what's the status of this case? Because my understanding is at some point Dan Moore was charged. He's not. Where is everyone right now, and what's the legal standing?
Well, the legal standing is that there has been no criminal trial for the murder for like Brian Drake's case. So nobody has there's been no criminal trial.
But Dan Moore's arrested?
But Dan Moore was arrested back in 6 months after the murder so he was murdered March of 2020, and then Dan Moore becomes arrested in August of 2020.
Where is he now?
Dan Moore's in Florida with his wife.
I mean, he's not incarcerated right
he's
now.
Not, correct.
Okay. So what happened?
Correct. What
happened from August on that he's no longer incarcerated?
Well, so he made bail. He was able to make bail. So they didn't indict him through way of grand jury. They actually had a preliminary hearing. So I have all of the proceedings of the preliminary hearing. I have all of the transcripts. So from the preliminary hearing, they used a confession that he had given prior to him being arrested. They brought him in and they said, "Oh, we want you to come down to the station and bring that gun that you said you had of your wife's that's from like whatever." So that's how they got him down to the station. They had talked to him 1 or 2 times before that, doing a neighborhood canvas. The first time that was unrecorded, they said. And the second time was at his office, and it was audio recorded. And it had nothing to do about the Drake murder case. It had to do about a gas leak at his office that was 4 days after the Drake murder case. And so the Idaho State Police, Detective Van Leuven and Gary Tolson, their brain power came up with the fact that Dr. Moore purposely went into his office on a Sunday to set a natural gas leak off so that he would commit suicide through natural gas leak, because he was because he had so much guilt for killing Dr. Moore on that Thursday previous.
And so much creativity left over that he's going to find the oddest way ever to unalive oneself.
Yeah, it gets pretty good because
they said that he was intentionally causing a natural gas leak so that he
upon his office
later and slowly die from it.
In his office, yeah.
With other people in his office too?
No, on a Sunday that he just went there and acted like he needed to change a filter. Like, if you're going to change like a furnace filter. Yeah. Bonners Ferry is a small little area and it's like towny-ish, And so like his office looks like an old house that was like, to me, looks like it's been rehabbed into like a commercial property. So
I want to back up because you said there was a confession, so he confessed?
Yeah, so when he went down to the station on that August day, they were typing up and had already come up with like the majority of this, if not all of this 18 pages of probable cause. And they needed to get a confession. So that was a whole, but like they were trying, when they call him in and sit him down, it was a ruse to get him there because they just say, "Hey, we know that you killed Dr. Drake and we just need to know, we want to know why. Are you some calculated killer or were you going over there to just shoot through the window and scare him so that he would leave town and you didn't mean to kill him? And therefore we're looking at, are we charging you with first degree or second degree murder?"
Am I understanding the situation correctly that these are 2 chiropractors who don't have a personal relationship with one another?
Never met, never talked in their lives.
And what is the motive for why they're thinking a chiropractor?
Their motive was that Dr. Drake had stole Dr. Moore's patients, and because he was stealing patients, Dr. Moore got in his vehicle, drove over to his office building, which is like, I don't know, 600 yards away from his, circled the building a couple times, then went back and parked at his office building, then got out of his vehicle, walked over, then shot through a window with the blinds down and killed him with a magical bullet.
Assuming he were to get away with this, and assuming his business was having trouble from another and I have some chiropractor friends. I have yet to meet a chiropractor who's hurting for business. They tend to do, I mean, there's a lot of people that do chiropractors. I don't know. So assuming that he was having business trouble because of the competition in town, he thought that someone killed within 600 feet of his office would not detract from his business as much as having another chiropractor there.
Yeah. Well, this is what I was trying to get to the bottom of, is like, this really can't be what the Idaho State Police thought. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, this is wild.
This is already crazy. So well, let me ask, it's already crazy. People do crazy things. People who do crazy things tend to have a pattern of having done crazy things. So that leads me to, does Moore have a history? Okay.
So he has never even had a parking ticket in his life.
Okay.
He has an alibi. He was at the coroner's house. One of his best friends is the coroner of the town. And he was at his house having dinner with him on that evening of the Thursday, March 12th. And he was there from, I don't know, like 6 to 8 or something like that. And so when they originally were neighborhood canvassing, obviously the coroner, he said, oh yeah, Dan was with me at my house. And then when they asked him about what happened that night, where he was, I was down at Mix and telling them about, well, yeah, I had a horrible diarrhea. And I was like, so he tells them just like he's at the coroner's house, and that he was in the process of moving because they just had bought their dream home. And his wife wasn't even in town. She was like down in Coeur d'Alene. And he tells the police, well, yeah, I was with Mick, like at his house. And I think I went to my office to grab my dog, like whatever because he wasn't feeling well.
Yeah.
Then he didn't have his keys. And here he melted his keys in a fire pit when he was moving boxes, his keys. He didn't even know that he didn't have his keys. So when he gets up to his freaking office, he had to use the bathroom. He ends up having to take a shit right there in his little flower bed. And then he has to go back down to Mix. And then he's like, this was his day, or this was his night. But they didn't ask him any questions about this until August.
There is someone who's watching this right now who is in my family who's very much hoping I don't tell a story right now, and I will not tell the story. I will just move on.
Yeah, well, so I'm over here I was like, wait a second. He's just, but he's being, who would ever admit that they were about to shit their pants? And it was like, he went and got, I don't even know. He went to his office to try to get medicine, but he couldn't even then get into his office. His office and the chiropractor's, or I'm sorry, the coroner's house, it is 4 houses away.
Okay, so he went right down the street, probably to use the bathroom, not his friend's house if he's having some issues.
Well, no, he had no problem with that, but he didn't want to blow up the bathroom.
Well, that's what,
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't want to blow up the bathroom.
But he needed to get the medicine too, though. That was the thing. He needed to get that medicine, the Imodium.
Yeah.
And so he knew that he had medicine.
Time as the shooting?
Well, no. So he's like, Dr. Moore tells the detectives, I was at Mix and Mix pager starts going off. And it was gunshots fired in the South Hill area.
Okay.
That's what the page came over. And Moore and Mick Millett, who's the coroner, they had a conversation about this. And it was like, what's that? I've never heard that before. Like it was like a code something.
Yeah.
And he's like, so they hear this, they come over like his pager because he's the coroner. And he's like, it was after that he then does this, like goes to his office. Like they heard the page. So when you're hearing that the gunshots happened first, right?
Okay, so it's already happened by the time he's going to his office.
Correct. That's what the coroner had said, and that's what Dan Moore had said.
Okay.
And like I said, this was a conversation that took place in an they say it was unrecorded. Meanwhile, they're recording everybody, but they do not have a recording of this because they just didn't record it in March at his office. Then they come back in May and don't ask him any questions about the murder. They just want to know about this gas leak. And then in August, they just call him up randomly and say, hey, can you bring down that gun you told us about? Oh, yeah. Well, here, he had just gotten...
So March or May, they ask him if he owns a firearm, and he says, yes, he does.
He told it. Well, yeah, he asked him if they own a firearm. He owns a bait, booze, and he owns a damn gun shop.
Oh, okay. He owns a gun shop. Okay.
He owns it. He's the silent partner. He doesn't... Dan Moore doesn't like guns. He was like a silent partner for the guy. He was like the money.
So he doesn't...
So
he's not hurting for money.
Oh, fuck no. They had... Oh, my God, no. The person that was hurting for money was Dr. Drake.
The one who got shot?
Yes.
Okay, so he's
hurting very, very badly.
So there's
like
still
the
not
wife...
correct.
That was the whole thing is... But when they sat him down in August, they said, we know that you did this. Okay, and this is how we know this, but we need to know why. We can't understand why. Well, that's a bunch of lies because they had this puppy already typed up, ready to go, because they got the search warrant for his house prior to even calling him to come down to the station. And what they had put in here was about stealing 30 patients. So when I'm reading all of this, I'm like, what in the fuck? Like, I'm like, okay, this is wild. Like, and I'm all about, like, I believe in false confessions. I believe that they 1000% happen. There's some people out there that'll tell you that, how does anybody confess to something? Well, hey, my personality, your personality. Yeah.
They happen all the time. They happen all the time.
The Innocence Project wouldn't exist.
Of wrongful convictions that are proven by DNA exoneration involve false confessions. And we could go on and on. They definitely exist. People, I'm all about expressing opinions. You can't really have opinions about facts. You're just wrong at that point. And they happen, they exist, they're real. If you don't believe it, then educate yourself.
Yes.
So he did confess. So walk me through what happened that led to this confession. Because he is like an educated, I'm assuming it's educated white man.
He was on a bunch of pills when he went there because he had just suffered a concussion. He had just left his doctor's office and he had taken a Soma, Oxy something, and he took 3 things.
Pause. What?
Yeah. So remember how I told you he was in the process of moving?
Yes.
Okay. So he has his office. He has the house that he was currently in, and then he had bought another house that he was moving in, from, and then he had like, I don't want to call them like, they're like storage units, but he used like big damn truck ends of semis that they had. It's just a totally different type of a town. I don't know. So he has I
don't care why he's on medication. The police are interrogating him, and he's on Soma, so a muscle relaxer, and he's on an opiate.
Yes. And his nose, he had his whole nose was like, he'd suffered a concussion. This is why. And so when his nose, you can see it's all fucked up. It's all bloody and cut and shit. And because he had dropped, when he was moving these boxes, it came and smashed him in the face. And so he had to go to his doctor. And the doctor's like, you suffered a fucking concussion. Like, you need to do this, you need to go home.
How recent was the concussion?
He just had it.
Hold on. He confessed. We're still going to get into the confession, but he confessed in the context of he had just been concussed and he's on a muscle relaxer and an opiate.
And his face, he thought he was just.
I'm thinking he's low risk for a false confession. That he's educated, he's got resources. There's just reasons. He's a white male, which doesn't mean he won't do it. But with the more resources you have, the lower your risk is. Now, when we add in muscle relaxer, concussion, and pain meds, all that goes out the window. I mean, you could get me to confess to JFK.
Well, and he was threatened. He leaves to go to the bathroom during this ordeal. Like, first of all, he asked for a lawyer. I can play you the clips. He asked for a lawyer and was like, well, if this is what you're going to do, then I need to get an attorney. Like, he couldn't believe what was happening because he thought he was only bringing a gun there to give them to him, and he was going to be leaving. You know what I'm saying? He was just supposed to be dropping off a gun. Then they say, here, come on. You know, he didn't even have his phone on him. His phone was in a car. So in his truck or whatever the heck he drove over there. So when he asked to go, he used the bathroom. This was after he had asked for a lawyer like 6-7 times. Then he goes to the bathroom, and when he was in the bathroom, the assistant police chief came in there and basically threatened him with his son, saying that, you know, I mean, I don't know verbatim because obviously I wasn't there, but it was along the lines of that we're going to tear that house apart and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And your son, wait, what's your son want to go and do again? What does he want to be involved? He wants to be military. Isn't that right? Like, subtle threats on, do you want to just play ball here, or are we going to start looking at your son?
How's the son, approximately? Like a child or an adult?
No, he was just a little bit over 21 at the time.
Okay.
He was trying to get the military for like clearance and stuff like that, and he was like, wait, what? Like, he said that that's what people didn't get to see, is that took place.
And
Marty,
this is on recording or no?
I have the entire interrogation under recording, and you have him leaving to go to the bathroom, and then when he came back, that's after he comes back, then the assistant police chief comes in there, and then the assistant police chief tells him, he's basically giving him, so you went and you did this, right? Yeah. Then you went and you did this, and this is what happened. Like, he's the one that's giving up the facts of this case. Okay. Dan Moore doesn't know the facts of the case because he didn't commit the crime. And so when he's asking things, he doesn't know it. So he's messing shit up. And he's like, no, you didn't do that. You went and did this, right? Like, where's the gun at? I threw it in the river. Oh, well, they put a dive team in there. He said, yeah, I threw the ammunition in the river too. I mean, it's the wildest shit. This river is not like a rapids river or anything like that. They went down there. There was no gun in there. There's no gun anywhere. Okay, like, this is like ridiculous. But the facts of the confession, that's where Dr. Leo comes in, and he's like,
love Dr. Leo, by the way. He's fantastic.
Yeah, so that's who his false confession expert was.
I've talked to Dr. Leo a little bit on the Zach Adams case. He's
okay.
Great. And his research, I mean, he
literally
wrote the book on this.
Yeah, he produced a 75-page report in this case for, and they actually had to get him, not for the criminal case, but for the civil bullshit, because, well, we'll get into that, but keeping with this, so there was a false confession. So
he gives a false confession while under the influence of scheduled medication and concussed, and after he's asked for a lawyer several times.
And extra things, yeah. He should have never been taking.
And one of them because I do understand how it doesn't make any, people would think, how could you possibly say you did something you didn't? I do
but he didn't say that he did it. That's the other thing. If you listen to actually this confession, his confession, he does not confess to, it's the most awkward thing you've ever watched. And it's just like, wait, what? Like, this is a confession? Like, this isn't a confession. This is somebody saying things and you're like, yes.
Yeah,
or,
that sounds like
yes. It's like,
You're just being told things. And one of the main and common ways a false confession happens is you're frankly kind of more susceptible to it when you're completely innocent of something, in the sense that there's a learned helplessness process that happens where you get the sense that nothing you can, it's like when the rat is in the Skinner box.
That's what he was saying.
They press the lever or they don't press the lever, they get shocked either way. No matter what you do, it has no effect on your surroundings. So you give up the ability to see how you could have any effect on your surroundings. And so the goal becomes to get out of those surroundings as soon as possible. And when you're completely innocent of something, it's easy to have that mentality shift to, I'm just going to say whatever I need to say in this situation to get out of this situation. And then I'll get a lawyer, other people will come
exactly what he said.
Actual support, and they'll be able to clear it all up. That's
what he told me.
The most common way it happens.
That's exactly what he told me. He said, I was saying, oh yeah, I went and threw the gun in the, like, he's like, Lana, I didn't see, yeah, sure, say all of this stuff. As soon as I get to my attorney, this is all going to be cleared up. That's exactly what he said. He's like, I was never taught. He's like, I was always taught to be respectful of police. I was always taught to do like, and so it's this, when you're listening to him describe things, he's like, why would I ever think that anybody was out to try to frame me? This is clearly a huge mistake. You know,
when you're scared like that, I think the mentality can easily seep in. It's less of a risk for me to say whatever I need to say in the situation to get out of it, to get help and get support, versus what's going to happen if I don't. If you're in a situation where you're being shown, no matter what, the only way to get out of the situation is to give them what they want and say what they want, then if you don't, you're going to be stuck in jail and you're not going to have access to a lawyer, access to people who are going to help. You're going to be worse off. So, and then you add in medication. Give me anyone on a muscle relaxant and an opiate, and I'll get them to say whatever you want them to say. I mean, that's not even hard.
It was wild.
Okay, so
right.
So he gives us false confession.
So what I thought about the case. Well, so this is how I looked at it. I was like, all right, I want to see what this affidavit consisted of. Okay, because they never had the confession, right? So what did they think that they have? What are they laying out what do they think the situation is? Does that make sense?
Because I was what's the theory of the crime?
Yeah, because I'm like, I bet you if we can totally show that none of this occurred this way and that the shit in here is known falsehoods, or even if you want to give the cops the benefit of the doubt and say, I mean, I don't know how they didn't figure out that they were falsehoods, but you want to believe these witnesses when you did the work and saw that they were lying to you. How do you continue to go with what they're saying? So that's kind of where my starting point was to say, okay, a husband's killed and you're going to sit here and tell me that she was on the phone with her husband when he was shot. The wife was on the phone. I was like, pretty nice alibi right there, huh?
I want to move back over to Drake in a second. Staying on the victimology for a minute here.
Okay, you want more victimology? Okay.
Just a little bit about Moore's background. So Moore,
okay.
Are there any little clips of that interrogation that you have handy that would be, I have
a ton of those.
I'd love to hear like a couple minutes of the interrogation just to get a sense of how he sounds.
Okay, yeah,
if
sure.
You have it handy.
I do. Absolutely. Okay, hold on. Let me take that one down and let me put this up.
And while you're getting that, this was August, and then was he let go after this, or he was held after the confession and charged? I'm
sorry, what was that? Kate, I didn't hear you.
After he gives this false confession, is he kept there and is he charged at that point?
Yeah, he was kept. Yeah, he was kept there, but he was charged, arraigned, and then he had to spend time in jail until October. So does that make sense? Like he was there from, hold on, I'm trying to pull up so I can pull up the
yeah.
Here we go. Moore's interview. Okay. It's coming for us. All right, here we go. Well, hold on one second. Is this just the audio? Hold on, I want to pull up the video though. Make sure it's the video.
Oh yeah, I have video. I love the video.
Yeah, I have the video. I want him to you can actually see him. Okay.
It's 2:49 on August 27th, 2020.
Yep.
This is Detective Sergeant Leuven, got Detective Tolson with me, and we're here interviewing Dan regarding the homicide of Dr. Brian Drake. So, Mr. Moore, I talked to you before, and we talked about the gas leak at your building. Yep. I found it incredibly curious that you have two chiropractors.
Okay, here we go.
In proximity to each other, both suffer such traumatic events in such close time.
Right.
And I wondered if maybe someone had something out for chiropractors in the area.
Okay. So here we go.
Sergeant Van Leuven, I'm Detective Thomas. Okay, I'm senior detective here.
Can you hear that?
Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
It's 2:49, August 27th, 2020.
Can you turn it up a touch, actually?
I'm going to try. It's so low.
So, Mr. Moore, I talked to you before, and we talked about the gas leak at your building. I found it incredibly curious that you have two chiropractors within such proximity to each other, both suffer such traumatic events in such close time. Right. And I wondered if maybe someone had something out for chiropractors in the area. And then I thought, well, maybe you're responsible for the good doctor's death, and you meant to scare him, but didn't mean to shoot him, and felt so bad about it that you attempted to commit suicide. So you brought in the gun.
Okay, can you pause for a second? Can I ask, what's he referring
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
other traumatic event?
Oh,
The
what was that? I'm sorry.
What he's saying two
Yeah,
traumatic
the gas leaks. So
What
yeah,
happened?
he's saying that I find it really. So nothing. There's a gas leak. Like he was in his office. No, nobody died. He was in his
Did he get
office, and no, he passed. He passed out. Like, well, not passed out. He was laying on his one of his beds, and he's like, all of a sudden, I got like woozy, and so he's
Yeah.
like, I took a minute. He's like, I thought I was getting a headache. You know what I mean? He's just like, I thought I was getting like a migraine. So he's like, I laid down on one of my office beds. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you're one of the patient care,
Yeah.
whatever. And so then because the coroner's house is right when the coroner came home, he saw that Dan's truck was still there. And he's like, what the heck is he still doing there? Like he doesn't work on, like, what the heck? So then he goes over to the office and he walks in and he's like, holy shit. He was like, I was taken over by gas. Okay. Then the coroner, gets him out. Like, he's like, oh my God. It wasn't like he had to pick him up or shake him or anything like that. Dan's like popping up like from the table,
Yeah.
And he's like, come on. He's like, do you smell all that? And he's like, no, remember what happened to me? He's like, so he doesn't have a sense of smell. He had to have, you're going to hear all about it here. But he's like, I can't smell stuff. So no, the gas leak to me, I had the headache, I had the wooziness, but he didn't believe about what he calls it. It's called, God, he says it, but that's what he's talking about.
Anosmia?
Yeah, anosmia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he has anosmia. And so this cop right
He
here,
doesn't believe that.
this freaking detective.
What do you mean he doesn't believe it?
He's just like
he's lying about his medical record?
He says
he doesn't believe that that's the thing that happens.
Well, he says it like this in his affidavit. He says, he just says that word to me like I'm supposed to know what that means. I'm like, excuse what? This is the wildest shit I've ever seen. He's like, in talking about the gas leak, Dr. Moore stated, the only thing I can think of is that it was loose and it just got somehow a little bit looser. And then gas tends like fill up. It's heavier than air and it fills up. It must have just filled up. And then the fact that the Sunday I left a door open as I came up, I guess that's why the whole place was full. He says, in making this statement, Dr. Moore has incorrectly stated that natural gas is heavier than air and settles. Natural gas is lighter than air and rises through any cracks or openings. Dr. Moore further stated that some of the ladies who worked in the office had been complaining of headaches the previous week, but none of them had reported any gas odor. After the interview was over, and that's not true, actually, there is 2 witnesses that said that they smell gas, and one of them was a patient. Dr. Moore stated
house that was converted to an office.
Correct. And at the downstairs, he went down to the creaky basement to change this filter. And what he was saying, he's like, Lana, you can hear what I'm saying here. I'm simply saying by me leaving the door open, that I don't know, like the gas fumes had come up, but before we couldn't smell it. Well, I was able to uncover the fact that there was a huge, they were drilling over there at the same time as this was taking place, because they were putting in new, basically draining sewer shit, and they were using a jackhammer. And so when he's wondering how the hell this happened, how something got so loose, they were jackhammering so hard right a street over that Moore's tree split in his front of his office, split, like pushed the tree over, and the meat locker, all of their freezers and stuff like that got all ruined because of this jackhammering. And that happened at the same time. And these dipshits, if they would have just done a little bit of to see why there would have been this gas leak, there was this gas leak because a couple days before the Sunday, they had been doing a whole bunch of jackhammering drilling. And I was able to get there's a whole big lawsuit because they're suing the people that were working. The meat locker place is suing the people that were working out there in the street.
And even if there wasn't that explanation, which does seem to explain it. I mean, and a murder next door. Well, I mean, I just don't see how those are even connected. Gas leaks happen a lot in older. Like,
yeah, if I just left my gas on for my stove or something, come on, like this is ridiculous. Like, are you kidding me? But he's looking at it like, well, at first I thought, wow, people are trying to take out the chiropractors in the area, and then I just thought, no, I think the one chiropractor took out the other chiropractor and now feels guilty about it. Yeah, so now he feels
murder to get rid of competition would be a future-oriented event where he's doing it to financially better himself in the future. What's the point of doing that? And then,
well, yeah, and he didn't even. When you want to talk about these patients, how about this? They lie in this. We're going to get to it all.
Okay, so yeah, because
let's see what he has to say.
Let's watch. I want to see his.
The night that happened, you were at you were at your friend Nick's house. Were you with him? You were at your friend Nick's house.
Hold on, this because I put on pause too long.
You were at your friend.
Hold on, let me get. This is always happens with this thing when I pause it too long. It then takes a minute to get going, and there we go.
So you said you got to his house about when? I don't discuss a lot. Okay, he said a little after 6. Does that sound right? I go there almost every night. So we just have dinner, usually watch some TV. Did you go there? Just myself, just yourself. How did you get there? Vehicle. What vehicle? So you picked up and went to the by yourself. And then at some point the call came in again the shooting. You were sick. Yeah. Went to your office, used the bathroom, went back to his house. I don't know if I went back to his house because he was leaving. Maybe that was something that happened. You said before something about giving some Imodium or something like that. He gave me some Imodium before I left. That's right. And I called my wife on the way home. So I wasn't feeling good. I was home trying to bed. When you left his house to go to your office, did you drive anywhere else? Just straight to your office? I don't remember. I don't think it. That's all I remember. When you went home, how did you go home? I pulled out and the police had a roadblock on the left-hand side, so I went around and hung out there.
Have you posted this interrogation or?
Yes.
All right. I want to.
So I have posted it. Yeah, I have posted it. So basically, what ends up happening, it's just so wild how all of a sudden he just goes, I just want you to kind of hear how Van Leuven just breaks down and is like, listen, we know that you did this. So and he's just
that's what's going to happen. This is the classic Reed technique for interrogations.
Oh, yeah. You
start with a non-accusatory interview, and then you get the direct accusation. We know
but he kind of just came out the rip and said, like,
deny it. Then it's going to be a Reed technique is a common and controversial way that police interrogate suspects. It's controversial because it doesn't agree with science. We know it doesn't work. It produces a lot of false confessions and other just noise that we have to then. It doesn't produce accurate information. But the process for Reed technique is a direct accusation, like, we know you did this. You cut off all the denials. You don't let the person repeatedly say they didn't do it. And then you develop a theme where you offer some moral excuse, like, well, anyone in your position, what else? You were just trying to help your family, or anyone would have snapped. And you minimize to encourage an admission. And then any reason the person gives for why they didn't do something or in opposition, you kind of turn that around to feed it into the reason supporting guilt.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what happened here with a little bit of a twist, because they involve they leave after he says, I need a lawyer. Then what they do is they leave, and then that's when the assistant police chief comes in, and he has no business coming in. And because they determined, oh, we don't know if he really invoked his, so why don't you go in there? You have a personal relationship with him. You go in there, and you get what I'm saying? Like,
and there's plausible deniability. He can go and act like he didn't know this person just asked for a lawyer.
That's what he tried to do in the preliminary hearing.
Might feel less comfortable reiterating that desire for an attorney.
Well, and guess what? You see how you can see the glass through here? You could see people coming and going. This Van Leuven dude, he tried to do exactly what you said, try to have plausible deniability, act like, well, no, actually, I left and didn't do anything. We can see your fat fucking ass walk back into that room, you dumbass, because of the right here, the glare. It catches him, just the glass. Like, every time that they were opening and closing this door, you can see who's coming and going. And so he basically walked himself into a huge problem with that, because you can see that it's him that goes into that door. But he acts like during the preliminary hearing, he makes them, and I caught them and I sent them to his attorney, and I was like, hey, here it is, this clip, there you go. He's lying. So
this needs to be this standard style of interview has been shown so many times in mountains of evidence. It does not work. It produces false confessions. In addition to all the wrongfully convicted and wrongfully charged whose lives are torn apart and ruined, frankly, it costs taxpayers a shit ton of money that we don't have to waste, because you're spending all this time. And I think there are a lot of really well-meaning law enforcement who are doing their best.
For sure.
They can't go against what they're trained to do and what the policy is. And so they're going in doing what they're taught to do, and you get a confession and you think we need to be able to, as a society and as an institution that serves the public, to admit when we get things wrong and to change course and learn and better. And at this point, the Reed technique doesn't work. Move on. Not only does it produce false confessions, it's less likely to get real ones.
Right. Well, and I mean, the person that's confessing needs to know the facts of the case. What happened here is he didn't know anything about the case, and they kept everything so under wraps that nobody knew anything about the circumstances surrounding how Dr. Drake, like, they didn't ever come out and say, like, where he was shot. Was it outside? Was it inside? I mean, nobody knew anything about this case. They kept it so well under wraps. So for a situation like this,
suspect the details, and then it looks like there's culpability because
he should
the crime. They get fed from
or you can't say that if you put stuff out into the media then he can just like be saying that. But here, nobody knew anything. So you should be able to say, here, tell us what happened then, because you're going to know stuff that only the killer knows, right?
Yes, exactly. And what happens though is it's not that nobody knows, only law enforcement know. So
well, yeah, but I mean, it's
in
taking them
medicine,
out.
in clinical trials, studies are double blinded. It means the doctors who are not only does the patient not know if they're getting the real medication or not, the doctor who's prescribing the medication or placebo doesn't know, because we know scientifically that if the person in the position of authority, if they know the truth, even if they don't mean to, their style of interacting with the person who doesn't know the information is going to affect knowledge, or they're going to behave in a different way. So having law enforcement know all the details, and then the only people who know all the details are having contact with this person, they're not trained on effective ways to interrogate because they're using these outdated methods. And then lo and behold, this person somehow has the details, and it's a mystery why. It's because they're fed them by the law enforcement that are asking the questions.
And so what I wanted to do is I'm able to show that actually what they did is they fed them their narrative, because the actual evidence shows a completely different narrative. And that's where what I wanted to do with this case from jump, as I said, let's start from the beginning and let's see what they were going off of in their affidavit to try to claim as, hey, these are the facts. And where can we prove that these actually aren't the facts, and that the police knew that they weren't the facts? And they do that through like a Franks, but here it didn't even get to that, more or less, in this case, with a bunch of crap. But okay, I did it myself.
I want to ask a few big picture questions before I have the context for these details and they make sense in my mind. So he's charged after this confession. And
well, do you want to go what led up to it though? Because they didn't arrest him for 6 months. Like, there was like, what were they doing for 6 months? It wasn't like they were like, we know it's him. They won, yeah.
And they asked for the gun and have this interrogation.
Yeah, so that's why it was like to see what kind of like led up and who they were interviewing, and this is how they were laying out their case.
I kind of wanted to go back and look at the victim. I want to know.
Yeah, that's kind of what this does.
I want to know, what's his story. Does he have kids? Does he have a wife? Mm-hmm. Does he have life insurance? Does he having marital problems? Does he have enemies? Tell me about. Is he on drugs? Is he not? Like, what's the victim story? Dr. Brian Drake, the traveling chiropractor.
Yeah, I dub him as the traveling chiropractor because he goes to 3 different cities, and Bonners Ferry to where he lives is like anywhere between an hour and a half to 2-hour drive. And so what he does Mondays and Thursdays, he spends the night in Bonners Ferry. So he drives up and he sees his patients in Bonners Ferry on Monday during the day and on Thursday during the day. And so this is how he kept track of that. His schedule looked like this, and he had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, just like that. This is straight from that week of the murder, straight from the discovery. And this is what his
on Friday or on Wednesdays.
Yeah. So Wednesdays he was in Hayden. That's where he lived, and they claimed that he would see patients in Hayden, and it's like, okay,
why does he have Wednesday on his schedule?
Exactly. So that's something that you'd want to put over in the column of that's really weird, right?
If he's seeing patients on Wednesday and he has the other days written down and not. Okay, so he's traveling to 3 different cities, seeing patients.
Well, and one of them is his home city. So the way that it would look like on a map is like, think about Bonners Ferry being like up here, and think about Hayden being down here. And then Sandpoint's in the middle of Hayden's where Coeur d'Alene is. So you have Coeur d'Alene, Sandpoint, Bonners Ferry, and then right on the border of Bonners Ferry is Canada.
And where does he live?
He lives in the Coeur d'Alene, Hayden area down here. So what he would, it's more
of the 3, like,
yeah, and so on Mondays he'd wake up at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and he would get into his vehicle. He had Life 360. His wife had him monitored. So when he first actually began a chiropractic school and his job, they actually lived in Texas. And so he ran his own chiropractic company there, his practice there.
Okay.
They left being in Texas after, I think it was like 10 years. And they left due to, they're very involved in their church. You're going to find out. But he cheated on Jennifer, his wife, and he was having sex with one of his patients. And the girl, she accused him of sexual harassment.
The person he was cheating with?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is it's more than sexual harassment to when your doctor.
Yes, there was a bunch of things that she's like, she went and got a lawyer, and he kind of just wanted to deal with it. Jennifer Drake will tell you, it was like, no, he didn't cheat. He just made a comment about her ass, and he told another doctor about her ass and was like, how do you handle all that ass? Crazy type shit, whatever. This doesn't come out during the investigation. This comes out during the civil part in depositions. But the police knew that this was happening because during the course of the investigation, numerous people told them this, including her own sister, was like, hey, yeah, they left Texas because Brian was cheating. Brian's like, yeah,
was he still in contact with this woman? Do we know?
No, but it was, hey, it was embarrassing. So let's leave.
So,
and then they left and came to Idaho where they were renting. They moved to different rental properties. And then in 2019.
Hold on. Do they have family? Why did they pick Idaho? Do they have family or anything there?
His family lived in Texas. And she claimed that they were useless and didn't help, but she would say other things to their face, but she just claimed that they didn't help. And so let's move closer to my family. Her family was in Montana, Kalispell or something like that. And so it was like, I don't know, 4 hours away.
Okay.
And so they were renting houses, and they finally bought. When they moved, it was 2012. I want to say between 2012 and 2014.
Okay.
Then he got a job working for a chiropractor named Scott Crawford, who Scott Crawford accused him of stealing patients. And how he was stealing patients was he was going and basically handling these patients, whether it was at their home, whether it was at his home, whether it was at undisclosed locations, so much so that he was driving to Bonner's Ferry and not telling anybody about this, and seeing patients there that he would see in the office and not giving them the cut that you should be giving to the person that you're working with. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're just I own this practice. Every time that you see a patient, I'm getting money from that. We pay you. You get what I'm trying to say? Like,
oh, yeah,
but if I just go off and see people on my own and I don't tell you about it, though, I'm getting all the money. But how it would look is it's like, where are these patients that you were seeing? Like, why aren't they coming here anymore?
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
So that's what was happening in over like a 3-year period, because Scott Crawford and him kind of separated ways. But what Jennifer told the police is that Scott Crawford wanted.
I have to jump in. The Scott Crawford, where is he?
Okay.
Because if
he's a chiropractor out of Idaho.
Okay, so he's a chiropractor out of Idaho. So if their theory is that he was murdered by another chiropractor for stealing business, wouldn't they look at the chiropractor who was accusing him of stealing business?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's why I believe that this is the person that put this theory in the police's heads was, we're going to tell the police this for the motive. And we need to come right out and start talking about all this stuff about patients being stolen and people being upset. And
did they look at Crawford?
Yes, they attempted to interview him, and he got a lawyer, and he did everything through his lawyer. and they provided, like, he had Life 360 or whatever. So there was people that they interviewed or attempted to, and had to interview like people based off of like this person's lawyer. And then the cops didn't do it. Then it was just like, that's it. They had like one interview that wasn't even an interview, and they interviewed his attorney. I have all that.
And I'm seeing some comments like, of course I want to know about the wife. I mean, so he cheated.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get
Yeah,
we're gonna get into it all.
The wife.
So it was, to me, I was just trying to start with like, this is like, what's the state's case? How do they even get to the point of, because as you heard, the radio came in and then he's leaving to go do what he did at his office. So it's like, what time do you guys say that this happened? What time was this shooting at?
What time was the shooting?
Well, that's a great question. Like, what time is the shooting? So we should find out. Like, he's on the phone with his wife when this is happening. He's on the phone with his wife, and how this happens is she calls him, allegedly, they say that Jennifer calls him at 6:42 because they're taking her cell phone and his cell phone. He answers it, and according to her, it was a 13-second call, which comports, it's there. But now I don't believe what happened during the 13 seconds is what she says, but she says that he tells me, I'm still with the patients. I have to call you back. I'll call you when they leave. Okay, done. Then at 7, so that was like the 13 second call here. And they say that the patients that were actually there, they said that we were able to identify as Eldora Gatchell, who was a longtime regular patient of Dr. Drake's, as well as her brother, Caleb, who was visiting from Hawaii. Now, they also claim these two people, Eldora and Caleb, and two other people, her husband and her niece, it was like 30. Eldora was like in her mid 50s, Hawaiian, like darker skin, the Hawaiian. Her brother had never been to Brian Drake before for like an appointment or anything like that. And Jennifer in her interview said that Eldora told her that it was her husband that went with her to that appointment. Okay.
Who said that?
When Jennifer Drake was interviewed by the police, she's like, Eldora called me and she told me that it was her and her husband that were the last people to see him alive. And I said, well, that's just a really interesting comment to make, because how would you know that you were they didn't say we were his last patients. She said they were the last people to see him alive.
Well, so they were at his office.
Yeah, but Eldora Gatchell doesn't at the time know when how do you know when he was shot and killed? Well, how do you know when he was shot and killed?
It wasn't on the news that he was, I don't know.
There was no details like that. The only person that had the news of that I was on the phone with him when he was shot was her. That never came out in public ever anywhere. Never once.
But did the day and the location of the shooting come out? They must have known that a chiropractor was shot in his office, and there had to have been like tape up. It's a small town.
No, there was tape, but nobody knew that it was a chiropractor that was shot. Nobody knew that it was that office. They had a big old area roped off, and it included like 6 businesses.
And then they didn't announce the identity of the victim?
Never once, not until a while later. People were trying to figure that out. It's all over like the Facebook pages, like saying that like nobody knew who the victim is yet. And then they didn't know
why. Why would they not announce the identity of the victim? It's an adult man.
Right. Well, so that went in one of my columns for a question, like what's truly going on here. Well, there's a big reason for that. They left his body laying on the floor of his office for like 24 hours.
Okay, and someone just said, don't forget, William Tardy, 8137 says, don't forget about the dirt and leaves on his back.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give it all to you. I'm trying to go in the way of like, this is what the state is saying, and then what I did to uncover the fact that this is not what the fuck happened, and there's evidence to prove that this is not what happened.
By the way, I see DB in the chat. DB is
DB knows all about Jennifer Drake.
Releasing a really badass episode about Valerie Trout and her polygraphing on our Zach Adams case, and I think he needs to be covering some of this one too.
Oh yeah, he knows all about Jennifer Drake.
Okay, so
the thing right here that's really important is Eldora Gatchel's interviewed, and she claims in an interview that was a group style interview. Eldora was in. I have the interview.
I hate. Ugh. Separate people. Separate.
Oh God, it was crazy. They interviewed Eldora.
You can always put people together later and get them to influence one another's narratives and see how that just changes the whole vibe. But before you start playing around and moving people into groups, just interview them individually. The end.
So this happened on the 12th, and Eldora Gatchel makes a phone call to the sheriff's office, and they send a deputy out there. There's no report on this. There's no recording of this. Then, so this happened on a Saturday, so it was like the 14th. Then they interview Eldora Gatchel. I was able to uncover that through going through different other interviews. Anyways, then again, I'm just going in order. This is the first that they say. So Eldora, in this group interview with her brother, her husband, and her niece, they're sitting there, and they say that after they leave, like, I had an appointment. Dr. Drake saw my brother after that. Then we go to leave. We get into our vehicle, and we attempt to pull out, but we realize that we can't go the way that we want because there is a white. So right here, it's saying that they reported seeing a white, large pickup truck stopped in the drive-through between the two buildings because Drake's building is right up against a coffee shop that has a drive-through. Okay. So she's saying when we go to leave, there's a white truck that's parked with its brake, like its running lights were on. And so she's like, I didn't bother going that way. So I went around the building and I came out this way. Well, your girl, Lana, what does she get? Every single surveillance camera. And I scurry through them all and I put them all in order. And I said, this is 1000% provable false. Now, how I can say this is the white truck that comes and parks in between the two buildings arrives there a minute after Eldora's pilot leaves the area. You get what I'm saying? Like it pulls away. So there is no truck there. Okay. So I say to myself, this is only two ways for this to be possible. Eldora Gatchel knows the person who was driving the truck and knew the plan, so she just goes ahead and says it, or she was still there and didn't leave in the pilot. Because you're not going to know that a white truck comes there after you're already gone by a minute. In your pilot, you say that you drove away in. How do you know that a minute later,
or any number of things? She could have just been told after the fact to say that. We know that it's not true. So
that's what I said. Like,
she's saying something that is factually not true and would be really.
But how does she know though that a truck would in fact come there and be right there a minute later? And I said to myself, well, I'm going to go the route of she's still there. That's how she knows. And how can I prove this? And what do, Katie? I can fucking prove it because I scoured through all the interviews, and there was a gentleman that was before Eldora Gatchel on the list. So here I create my own 80-page report in this case. So what I did is here is Dr. Drake's schedule for that day. And on this Thursday, Eldora has the last spot here, okay? You can't really see what that makes out, but that does say Eldora. Before it says Paul Jacobson. Now, the first thing that I noticed is if he was to take on her, if Brian Drake was to see the brother as well, Brian Drake is a frugal fuck. He would have put his name down and he would have charged her at the very least for one of her visits. See how it says 250 like that right there? 250. This is how he does his work. If you just have a 50 next to your name, that means that you buy on a every time that you come basis. Okay. And do you see how he over here, trying to show you, see next to the 50, that's a $sign and it's circled. You see that? Mm-hmm. It's really light. But so what he does is if you paid cash or if you need to pay on that visit, he had a system that, because he did everything pen paper. Okay. So here I was able to locate Eldora Gatchel, and you see how there's 250 right there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, next to it should be the dollar amount because it should show that you actually accepted payment through taking her card and ringing it through he had like a little square, or you're paying cash. But either way, next to it, you need to note the fact that you're taking the payment. He didn't even get to that point. So right away, I noticed that something prevented him from being able to come back over to his book and finish out this transaction. That's the first thing I noticed. Okay. And I was able to verify this by going to what he has is I went and looked at the next week's. Because, you know, when you're there, you always schedule back up. Hey, I'll be back in. Like, can you put me down on the books for next Thursday? You know, whatever day. People that came in that day, I went through all these people that were in that day and who actually rescheduled him, you know, in the next week or two. Eldora Gatchel is nowhere. She didn't make any. She's buying a new package that day, but yet she's not going to say, put me on the schedule for next week. That's what she normally would do. She's not there.
Did she buy a new package that day?
Yeah. See how it says 250?
Yeah.
250 means that you're paying
like
up front.
Okay.
Well, you get 6 out of the deal. That's why people would do that, because they get a free visit.
Okay.
So I had to take this, and then I had to then cross-reference his scheduling book. So then he has, I'll show you. He has what it looks like.
Was she out of visits?
What was it?
Was she out of visits?
She was out of visits on that day because she hadn't seen him in a couple months. And
did she normally go a couple months?
There would be times like she had seen him over the past 6 or 7 years, you know? So there's times, because if she's traveling and stuff like that, but she's never bought a package and then not been on the schedule. Like, she's putting herself on the schedule after that. Okay. She would also, though, she would text. But the big thing here is I wanted to see, did she pay, though? Was her card wrong? Did she give cash? So I was able to locate Brian's. He had $650 on him because he did not deal with insurance companies. So you either paid with your debit card or credit card and he rang it, or you paid cash. Now, Katie, let me show you something.
Well, I'm seeing some comments, Mary P123, and I think someone else had mentioned it too, that he bartered openly for services too.
Well, we'll get into all of that shit. They didn't do that with this. He did that with drugs. I'll get into all that. That's
what I was going to ask, is if it had anything to do with drugs.
I found he bought steroids and pills from a guy, and he actually documented it in his like an idiot. He wrote down the number of pills he was getting and when he got them. Instead of the money he was getting, like he literally was documenting it. It was wild. But they have a patient card. So what he does is that you have this as your schedule. Then he has a patient card. So in Eldora Gatchel's card, I'm going to pull it up here. It had the number 1, 2, and 3. So the first card that was all big and filled out. So he had to make another one, then you're getting to your third one. Well, in the pictures from the crime scene, I zoom in on his desk and I'm able to see Eldora Gatchel. She was the last patient. There's her right there on his desk, her big blue card. And it says the number 3 and Eldora Gatchel, because this is the third one. In the discovery, I'm able to find her first card and her second card. Her third card, the one that's in the crime scene photos, somebody fucking pulled it. It's not in discovery. Okay. But I was able to locate it in the crime scene photos. And the reason that somebody would pull this is because it would show if Brian is writing down that once he marks you off, because he puts in your package and he puts little dots, and then he knows that on these visits you're already paid for. So when I was like, where is card 3 in discovery? Where is this at? How is it missing? The very important card that we would need to basically show that what should be shown there is Brian Drake should have accounted for 2 visits, because guess what is not there? There is no new patient intake form for Eldora Gatchel's brother. He's never been seen before. He has to do a new patient form. It's not there. He doesn't put him on his list, which he always would do. Even if he's squeezing somebody in, he would write it here. And then he would charge. What he would do in his blue book or his blue card is he would say that he would put in Eldora Brothers' name and saying, taken from this package. Like, that's how he is with his, you're keeping your track. People owe you money. You know what I mean?
And I'm sorry, I may have just missed something. Why do we think that he was also treating the brother?
Oh, because I shouldn't say her testimony. During her interview, she said, I went first and then my brother went second. So because you have to account for why you're there and you arrive at 6:04 because I have it on surveillance. And then you're there and then you leave at 7:16. Okay?
What was your brother's
his name is what he did for a living? He was like he lived in Hawaii, then he moved to Virginia to be with and living with where the niece lived, and he was like a preacher slash public speaker with he tried to do stuff at it. He wasn't he didn't have a normal job, let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I'm curious how did he make a living?
Yeah, I don't know. But we're going to get into it. So when they were there, though, okay, Paul Jacobson, who was the person that went before Eldora, okay?
Okay.
So if we go back to their story is that she goes first, he goes second, and during the switching of my turn to my brother's turn, this phone call comes in, and Eldora just confirmed that they were present and heard from just his side of the conversation. And so right here we have Eldora confirming Jennifer's version of events and Jennifer confirming Eldora's basically version of events. You get what I'm saying?
And you said they were long-time patients.
Well, Eldora had known Brian from whenever he first started up in going out to Bonners Ferry. So yeah, she would at least 7 years at that point. So 2013. And then this happened in 2020.
When did they move to Idaho from Texas?
Yeah, I think 2012. So so she had known him, like I said, 6 or 7 years.
Okay.
Okay, so then the most important thing here was I saw her knowing about the white truck. The white truck doesn't come until after she leaves. So then I was saying, okay, well, let's hear what the next thing is. Well, then they said they leave or whatever. Dr. Drake called his wife at 7:17. And so immediately I said, well, Dr. Drake's phone calls his wife.
Hold on. The brother's dead now?
The brother's dead now, yes.
How?
So is the prosecutor of this case. He was found dead on the side of the road in his car. They said he had a heart attack, refused to have an autopsy.
How did the brother die?
Don't know. Well, they say that he supposedly had kidney issues, dialysis, but he died.
He died?
His funeral stuff is online. They recorded it and it's on Facebook. Okay. I have all that. Wait till you hear what I'm about to tell you though. You guys stop rooting this in chat, okay? We're trying to get her to get this in chronological order. No, they're just excited in chat because it's this has been a long time coming. This is a crazy case because Jennifer Drake.
No, keep it up. They're gonna be remembering things and throwing things in when they're.
Yeah, no, definitely keep going. Absolutely.
Because otherwise I'll steer you off and get you on tangents.
Right. So here, number 11 here. I mean, this is the affidavit. This is supposed to be facts. You're supposed to be able to prove this shit. So here, the first thing I said was Jennifer Drake called him and see how it says from their home in Hayden. I said, how did you prove that she was at her home in Hayden? There's no evidence that you can prove that she was at her home in Hayden that you have put in and how you're claiming that.
Well, do we not have the cell phones tower signals to see where they were? Okay.
We're going to get into that. So that's, I put a little question by that. Then we get to this. Dr. Drake called his wife. Yes, his phone did. There's no doubt. It's in evidence. His phone calls homegirl Jen Drake at 7:17. Now, this is why it's so important to understand what I'm saying here.
Oh, wait.
That
Oh,
could-
I'm sorry. Now we have to hold on. We have to stop
So-
because I have a clarifying question now.
Okay.
You said that he was shot from outside of the building through a window?
Well, we're gonna get to
Is
that.
the narrative?
Yes, that he was shot through the window of a closed blind.
So is there not security camera footage that covers that area?
No. Well, there was, but they said that it wasn't working. But I talked to people and they said that the cameras did work. That's the assistant police chief's wife's dad's business. The coffee shop, the gun shop. But this is what's important here. See this
The gun
717? Well, because it's a coffee shop, gun shop,
It's Idaho.
The
I grew up in Nebraska. I get it.
the coffee shop. So here,
They should call it the coffee shot. I don't know. So the coffee shop.
if Eldora
That's
Gatchel's
not the
leaving-
gun. That's not the same gun shop that Moore was a silent partner in.
No.
Okay.
So here, if Eldora Gatchel's pilot's leaving, and I'm able to question right now, is Eldora truly in this vehicle? Who's really driving this vehicle? Because the white truck is not there in its way. The white truck comes a minute after. Okay. And so how does she know that, right? What happens right after she supposedly leaves, he then uses his phone to call his wife, right? And I said, well, how do we know that Brian Drake is making that phone call?
Okay, so I'm following.
Okay. So that's why if I laid it out like this, you would see like this phone call right here. When they say right here that Dr. Drake called his wife, I said, hold the fucking front door. You can say Brian Drake's phone called his wife because his phone did. Absolutely. It called his wife's phone.
Where
Those
was the
two
phone found in the crime scene?
Well, there was 4 phones there we're going to get into. It was
Where
found
was the phone that he was on where's the phone
next
that the
to him.
call was from the wife?
next to him on the ground. Next to him on the ground, up by his head. Okay.
How long was the call?
9 minutes and 15 seconds. But now hang on. Now we're going to talk about the time of the gunshot.
Wait, hold on. His phone was where was it found? Next to his head?
Yeah, so like he's laying on his back and the phone is up on the right side past his head on the right side. I'm gonna show you all the crime scene photos.
Okay.
There's only a couple that I won't show because out of respect for Brian Drake.
Wait, how did he get shot? Like where was the shot? On his physically?
In his back side, like in his back on the left. Well, if like this is the wall and this is like the window, they said that he was sitting in his stool, and the way that his office was on a stool up against the wall where the window was, and that he was shot through the window with the blinds down, and then it hit him on the down portion sides, like what's it called? Your scalpel? What is it? Your scalpel. It's in the back.
Scapula, like shoulder blades? Like,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Your scapula, yeah. And it was down at the lower part of it. Okay. So they don't keep the stool to measure how far the stool was off the ground. There was glass shards on the stool with if your ass was on that fucking thing, where these shards come from. They don't measure and use his torso to see how, if he was sitting on a stool, where it would be, and if it was up against the wall or even away from the wall. The bullet trajectory means that the person who was shooting this had to be flying in the air and was on like a bungee cord or some shit. Like it's like they didn't, when we break it all down, this could not be how this man was shot. Basically the shot through the window that did happen was like staging of the crime, which we're going to get to. So ready for this? At 7:17, this phone call happens, and Jennifer Drake is the only person, which is all hearsay. She is saying, hey, detectives, I was on the phone with my husband. We were just talking, and I was ranting to him about fucking COVID and all this stuff being canceled with our kids, yada, yada, yada. And then the next thing I know, we're winding down with the phone call, and I hear, ow, ow, oh my God, something hit me. Oh my God. And she's like, what are you talking about? She's like, I thought something like fell from like the ceiling and like hit him. And then she's like, he tells me that he's like, someone like just shot me through the window. And then she's like, and then the call just went blank. It went black. And this is the detectives. Okay. What happened next? Or like, she's like, oh, I'm sorry. They say nothing. And she's like, he wasn't saying anything. And she's like, and I didn't hear the gunshot. I didn't hear him fall. I didn't hear the phone fall to the ground. I didn't hear any thud. I hear nothing. And come to think about it, how did I not hear the gunshot? Then she says, this is all like, she's just spewing. Then I have to like stop conversation. I have to stop this conversation because I need to call 911 or something. So I end this call so that I can call 911. Okay. And then after she says those words, so then I call 911. Then the detectives say in this interview, what time did you call 911? And she's like, oh, what time? Oh, she has her phone. She goes and she looks and she says, okay. I called, oh, the 911 call it's not here. And they're like, well, did you use your landline? No, I don't have a landline. I did everything on this phone and it's not here.
I'm laughing. Your duckery just said it was Michael Proctor there.
Now, okay. So listen to this shit. In this affidavit, it says Dr. Drake called his wife at 7:17 p.m. Mrs. Drake was at their shared residence at Hayden. Again, how are you proving that? And then they say it's in Kootenai County, Idaho, at the time of this call. Again, how are you proving that? After discussing routine family things and like, just what's going on with COVID, for several minutes, Miss Drake said her husband exclaimed that something had struck him in the side. She never says side. And if she did, we can replay it. He then said he thought someone had...
Was this a close range gunshot?
Oh, no, wait. She's saying that somebody shot him through the window because that's what he said to her. He then said he thought someone had shot him through the window.
She didn't hear the gunshot?
No. He then stopped responding to Miss Drake. Miss Drake hung up to call 911 after a short period of time. Do you see me underline that? After a short period of time. I'm like, what's a short period of time? Well, so this is what the detectives say. They go ahead and they mark and they say, this gunshot happened at 7:26 p.m. based on, obviously, like they're going off of when the call ended right then. And they're like, it was like within 15 seconds. He's saying all this stuff, then he's not responding. And then so like I go to hang up and they're like, okay, well, how long was the call? 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Okay, so they take 7:17, they add 9 minutes, and they're like, Dr. Drake was shot at 7:26. Period. End of story. And I'm like, motherfuckers, hold my beer. So what do you think Lana's about to go out and prove? The motherfucking Brian Drake.
I know how you are with your timelines, and you don't fuck around with Lana when you got a timeline that you've been lying about.
Fuck yeah, right? So I'm like, oh, you guys think this motherfucker was shot at 7:26? I said, okay, let's dance. Okay, so this is what we're dealing with. They all say that this happened because this is Jennifer Drake's version. Hey, he told me he got shot and somebody shot him through the window. So now the most important thing is that Jennifer Drake has knowledge. Nobody else has any knowledge that the person that called 911 before her, his report was, I'm calling in. There was like, we heard gunshots in the area, not one. It was two, at least two. And so he's just calling in. He doesn't witness somebody getting shot. He just...
So wait, I'm sorry. Who's calling in saying there's gunshots in the area?
Well, we're about to get to that, but I just want you to know that Jennifer Drake says she's the only person that's saying it here.
Time lying.
So the only person that's saying this whole shot through the window.
Yeah.
Not just by she's claimed that her husband said he was shot through the window. Now, That would be a correct statement of just one thing. There was a gunshot through a window, period. How does Jennifer Drake know that? How does Jennifer Drake know that? And she's claiming that her husband said this to her. So you have to remember that part of it. Because the other part I'm gonna say is that motherfucker was never shot through a window. He was shot. The shooting of the window was the staging of the crime. How the fuck did Jennifer Drake know that? Right? If we can prove this.
So what was he shot with?
It says right here. I'm gonna let that. Where's this?
It was a handgun.
Yeah, they say it was they say it was like a revolver, I believe, a Smith and Wesson, maybe 357, something like that.
A 357 or a
we'll get to it here. I can't remember because they screwed it up when they were trying to get. It's in here. So here she goes. Well, there was no casing at the scene or anything like that. Okay, I personally believe that it was a revolver, but we'll get into why and all this shit.
You would know but they have the bullet, don't they?
They have the bullet that was in him.
Yeah. So
yeah,
a revolver bullet is going to be different than a pistol bullet.
Correct. 9mm. Let's just say that they think it's a 9mm.
Is it a 9mm though? Or are we just, for now, we're putting a...
They're about to tell you. So they're going to say that she called, but this is the most important part. Okay. This is the 911 call. This is what I want you to listen to. He then stopped.
A 9mm revolver or a 9mm pistol though?
They've never recovered a murder weapon.
Yeah, but they had the bullet. Was it a bullet
Correct.
That goes in a revolver?
And I believe it was the casing for a I think it was a PCU. Where's his autopsy? Here you go. Autopsy. There you go. Ballistics. A small caliber handgun bullet was recovered. That's how they say it. That's why
that doesn't make any sense. So
but it will. This is in the affidavit though. I have the autopsy.
Let me look at this real quick though. Dr. Drake's body. Penetrating gunshot wound. Just below left scapula.
So we're gonna come back.
Why would you say a small caliber handgun bullet?
Well, because of his fucking confession. Because he doesn't even
don't want to acknowledge that
he was wrong. That he's over here saying that he used some fucking gun that's not the fucking murder weapon. Girl, I told you this is gonna be a big fucking amazing shit show for you. So this is the affidavit that they got an arrest warrant for. So here, she hangs up after a short period of time, and Miss Drake estimated the time that Dr. Drake was no longer responding to when she hung up was approximately 15 seconds. So based on the timestamp from the phones and Miss Drake's estimation of time of when he stopped responding, puts the time of the shooting at approximately 7:26 p.m. Okay. And let me ask you a question. Would you call the police right away, or would you hang up and then try to call him back? How many times you'd call the police right away?
If someone said they were shot?
I'm shot through the window.
Yeah.
And you're not able to ask any more questions, and all of a sudden they're just like wait, what? What do you mean you're shot? How could Brian be incapacitated so quickly? Okay. That he was unable to say anything else than just, I was shot through the window. Come on, girl. We're going to get to it all.
I still want to know.
So she hangs up the phone. So she says she hangs up her phone with him, and then she takes her cell phone out. Ready for this? And 911, what's your emergency? You know what I mean? So they go into this and they say that, now listen, this is really important.
Well, she called 911 an hour and a half away from her cell phone. She would have gotten local 911 where she's at, not there. So
exactly, that's what happens.
She called, so she gets local 911 an hour and a half away.
Well, now they say this. Miss Strait called 911 to report what she had heard. The dispatch center in Coeur d'Alene is Kootenai County, and it's so great that he says the dispatch center in Coeur d'Alene. Why doesn't he say Kootenai County Dispatch there? Well, because he's trying to hide the fact that he's trying to make it more difficult for anybody that would be doing any type of investigation. You'd have to know some shit and be like, oh, wait, that's Kootenai County. Like, you need to call. So if I want to do a FOIA request for this shit, I need to ask for Kootenai County Dispatch 911 calls. Okay. Well, guess what I do?
I'm sorry. What? Coeur d'Alene is the one that he was in?
There is no such thing as a Coeur d'Alene dispatch. Him saying the dispatch center, say always says in Coeur d'Alene. Why isn't he saying it was when she calls 911, it goes to the Kootenai County Dispatch? Why wouldn't you say it like that?
County is where she was at the time.
This is what they're claiming. They're claiming that she was at Hayden, and Hayden is in Kootenai County. So when she would have called 911, it goes to Kootenai County Dispatch.
Okay.
And they say that she talks to the Kootenai County Dispatch people, and then they're like, oh, let me transfer you to down over there, you know? So then they say that they transfer her, and the people that pick up, well, the people that pick up right here, see how they just end it right there? The dispatch center in Coeur d'Alene patched her call first to Bonner County, and they patched it up to Boundary County. See that? Sheriff's Dispatch Center. So they're saying that this call was not just one time patched to a dispatch. Then they had to say, oh, wait, you need to go to this one. Okay.
Okay.
Well, so what do I do? When I hear that there is so she's looking at her call log. My call log does not show 911 that was called. And so the cops say, the ISP people say, well, did you call from a landline? No, I did everything on this phone. Okay, well, do you care can we download your phone? So she gives a consent to download this. All right.
Public service announcement, whether you're guilty of murder or not, never give law enforcement permission to download your phone. If they have a good reason for it.
Stupidest thing ever.
Don't let them see the code. Don't let them open it. You don't have to never be around your phone open. Just ask for an that and shut the fuck up. We should make a t-shirt. Ask for an attorney and shut the fuck up, because those laws are not to protect guilty people. They're to protect the innocent ones.
So they go ahead right there. Yeah. So they go ahead and they download her phone. Okay. So we have the Cellbrite. Well, the Cellbrite comes back. There's no 911 call in it. Okay. And so I go ahead and put a FOIA request in. Now, mind you, I get a handle on this case. We're talking like years later. This was in 2020. I don't put my FOIA request in until 2023. And I FOIA every single 911 call that was made on March 12th to Kootenai County. I get them all back.
Can you FOIA out of state like that?
Yeah.
You have to
guess what comes back?
What
comes back? No 911 call was ever made in fucking Kootenai County on that day from a Jennifer Drake, from her cell phone number. There is no call at that time frame. There is no nothing. Then I go ahead and look at the chain of custody. Where did this 911 call come up from? Okay. Now I'm wondering, now I know why they had such a fucking hard time in the preliminary hearing, why they didn't call somebody to come to the stand, like an officer, to talk about where you went to go pick up this disc that you have. Okay. When did you guys ever listen to the 911 call? When did this all happen? So but he puts it in the statement here, but he's putting this in, these are facts, but yet if you go and get paperwork, you're going to show that there was not a call.
So where'd the call originate? What county?
Well, so then I FOIA the second place. Okay. And then I call on the phone and talk to the fucking woman. Now, remember, this is 3 years later. They're not expecting anybody to be talking about this, whatever.
Yeah.
And on a recorded line, I have the person that took the fucking phone call back then. And she says, yeah, that wasn't a transferred call. That call originated on our It was
There it is.
pinging basically on our Walmart where the Walmart is. And I said, oh, really? I said, are you sure about that? And she says, because how I asked for it is I said, can you pull up the trace locate if you're looking? I'm trying to find this call and maybe you can just help me here. Maybe I'm in the wrong department, even though I knew that I wasn't. I just played dumb. And can you look up and see did that call originate with you guys or was it originate with Boundary? And she's like, oh, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. She's like, yeah, no, that was us. It was on our Walmart where our Walmart is. That's on the cell tower that was on. And I said, oh, fuck, really? I was
And
like,
was it coming from her cell phone and she deleted it out of there, or?
Well, no, because even if she deleted it out of there, it would still show up. Like you can delete.
Yeah, you can. But what she's saying,
You can delete, but the Cellbrite would show it is deleted. So these are two ways that we don't. Well, so here I was like, but we have a 911 call. But so I'm then trying to get to the bottom of the fact of there is this 911 call, but how did it not? So I asked this woman in Bonner County. I said, I'm putting in a FOIA request. I filled out all the stuff to be it. I said, I want all the CAD notes. I want all of your radio communication that day because that woman, I could tell that she questioned it because when and let me play you the 911 call, okay?
Yeah.
Listen to the 911 call and you tell me what you think about this. So this is exactly, let me back up, go to, I think it's under, I'm testing my abilities here to remember where all this shit's located. You know what it's like when you're going through all the shit.
I remember when I taught stats, and I taught a college stats class, and the chair of the department would always say I was so brave for doing math on the board in front of people. And it's like, watch me struggle. It'll make you feel more comfortable struggling yourself. But it's like, that's where I'm not brave enough. I'm not going to try to find files in front of people. That's too vulnerable.
So I have to check. Oh, wait, you know what? It's in the other one. Okay, I found it. Hold on. I have to go to. Well, so anyways, as I'm saying this and looking for this, we're going to come back to the 911 call as I'm pulling it up because I just want to utilize our time wisely. So when we go back to, we're going to pull up the 911 call here in a second. Now, here we come to the most important witness that sets the tone for everything. And I've interviewed him and I've talked to him numerous occasions. And I said, I need you to get me your phone records because they never went and got his phone records. Will you do that for me? Yeah, I'll do whatever because I did not see Dr. Moore. That's not who I ever saw. They knew that I didn't see him. And I'm just like, we're going to get into all that, buddy. We got you. So here's a guy by the name of Isaac Funderburg. Okay. And he's one of the people that called 911. And this is what they write in the affidavit. They say an eyewitness named Isaac Funderburg was outside of his apartment near his car, which is his apartment's caddy corner, like right across the street from Drake's building. And it says that he reported hearing, and see how it says a gunshot from across the street? That is factually incorrect. He heard it was at least 2 gunshots. For his call says I heard. Like, he does not say I heard a gunshot, and so like you got to be really specific with this shit, and that's a lie. And why it's important is because Brian Drake just had 1 shot in him, and they're saying that it was just 1 shot through that window, and that was it. This guy's telling you, no, I heard 2 shots. Funderburg's apartment was located directly across the street from Dr. Drake's office. Funderburg later advised he observed an adult male dressed in dark colored clothing. He said black. He said all black, walking northwest from between Dr. Drake's building and a fence on the north side of the building immediately after hearing the shot. See how it says shot? He said, so it's shots. Funderburg said that the figure reminded him of one of the clerks that worked at the Liberty gas station. He also described, and the guy that worked at the Liberty gas station was like an Indian guy, like dark skin, but could not be sure because of how dark it was. That is not true at all. That last part, but could not be sure because of how dark it was. That's not true. He never said that. Funderburg said that he yelled to the figure words to the effect of, "Hey, was that you?" referring to the gunshot. Funderburg said that the man looked back at him and then ran north on the sidewalk of Main Street and then to the northeast toward the State Farm Insurance Office. He later said the figure was running in the direction of what he described as a pediatric, that doesn't matter. Right here, this building was, or this part, Funderburg's fiance, Aaliyah Sandlin, who I spoke with and have it on recording. Funderburg's fiance, Aaliyah Sandlin, also heard the shot. Again, it was not a shot, it was shots, and observed the figure running away to the northeast. Funderburg said he immediately got in his car and tried to find the man so he could take a picture of him. That is not what he said on day 1 when he was interviewed. He said that on day 2, but this was after multiple interviews, and we're going to get into that, why he did that and when he actually did that. He said he dialed 911 to report the shooting within a couple of minutes of it happening. Now, this is what he says when I showed this to him. He said, wait, that's the exact opposite of what they were mad at me for. They're like, why did you wait so long to call in? That's why they were like trying to say that they didn't believe me because I waited so long to call 911. And I was like, wait, what? I was like, I need you to do me a favor. We need to truly know what time your 911 call was, because what they did is they didn't treat these calls separately, and they have this incident and they're putting everything on one like CAD. And I personally believe that his 911 call is going to show a different time, because they're for whatever reason. Why wouldn't you go and get his phone records? This is really important on when he called 911.
It's not in the 911 dispatch records?
I tried to FOIA that. I asked for every 911 call that day. They refused to give it to me in the FOIA. I said, yes, I'm onto something when they're fucking saying no, like, to that shit. He said he dialed 911 to report the shooting. There was no shooting. He was not reporting a shooting. So again, like this right here, he said he dialed 911 to report the shooting within a couple of minutes of it happening. That is not a true statement. He never witnessed a shooting. There was no shooting. He heard gunshots, and that's exactly what he says on the recorded line.
Okay. And I mean, a shooting versus gunshots, semantics. Now, a shot versus shots, that's
to report the shooting.
Misrepresentation.
Well, no, but also to somebody like that's reading this, report the shooting. He didn't report a shooting. That is absolutely false. He was
fired.
Yeah, gunshots fired. Which at the same time, that's when people always confuse. Was it gunshots? Was it fireworks? And he says stuff like that on the 911 call. So it's like, but there's a reason he's writing like this. I can
see how that could be just someone paraphrasing imprecisely, more so than a shot versus shots.
But when you take the totality of this, in my opinion, and you see why they're doing it like this, when you take the totality of all the mistakes that we're gonna encounter here, this was purposely done, in my opinion.
I agree.
Reckless. Complete reckless disregard for the truth.
And I saw a comment, and I'm interrupting to say this. Lana, we are gonna work on our interrupting of each other, because I think we both get excited.
Oh no, you're good.
I
know what you mean. I don't take any offense to it.
I don't either. I think I saw some comments.
No, you're good.
I'm not doing that because I know it's interfering with people being able to hear you. So I will do my best. Okay, so
sorry.
So we don't
it's
have
probably
that.
My fault too, though. Well, they're saying that the call to the dispatch from Funderburg came in at 7:29 p.m. Okay, and so we're gonna add this to the timeline, right? This is what they're saying, that's when his call came in, is at 7:29. All right, and so now one should ask themselves this, and what they say is that the reason that Isaac's call came in first before Jennifer's is because she got, passed around. That's why because they don't give a time frame of her call when it came in. If you notice that, they don't say what time the dispatch was on that. They just want to note his call, and they say that 911 call of his was at 7:29. And what they also try to say here is that he called right afterwards. I spoke with him, and he said the exact opposite. Okay. He said that they asked me, they didn't believe me or they were like struggling to believe me because they're like, why would you wait to call? Why would you wait that long to call 911? And I'm like, sorry, but let's just 7:26 to 7:29, you would never say that to somebody like, why'd you wait so long? You get it? So I'm like, so I was like, I need to look into this whole thing of what they're trying to say here and what they try to say to him. Because when he said that to me, I was like, oh, really? They think that you waited a long time. He's like, well, yeah, that's why it seemed like that they were not believing what I was saying because they made that comment. I'm like, well, that's interesting because in the affidavit, they're making it seem like, look at this. This man called right away.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I said this to him, he's like, yeah, that's not the case. So he's basically saying his 911 call, if he went off of the time of the shots, because if you go off of another report, he's like, yeah, I did not call 911 right away. I went and did X, Y, and Z. And I was like, did you go to the store? Because he went to the grocery store. And he's like, yes. And I was like, exactly. I was like, and then what did you do? He's like, then that's when I went to the store because she was cooking food. I went and got, I think it was like ketchup or whatever. So I went there. Then I came back. Then I saw a different guy walking up as I was putting in like bringing in the groceries. And that guy, I asked, hey, did you hear all that? Did you hear that shit? And the guy's like, no. And so we had like a mini conversation with this dude. And he's like, and then they asked me what time that conversation was that I had compared to like the shots. And he's like, to me, he said, I don't know, like probably like a half hour. The freaking girlfriend, she was asked that, and it's all in a recording. And she said, oh God, yeah, that guy has nothing to do with it because he comes walking up like 30 minutes later. So now let's do the math. What's 7:29 minus 30 minutes?
Yeah.
7:00. We're getting into the time frame of honestly right before 7. So guess what they did in this case? If you wanted like if you were like, hey, let's just get information from 7 to 8, if there was anything that happened right before 7:00, it wouldn't have been in what they requested. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So that's what I was paying attention to. And they said that when they asked Isaac Funderburg, oh, Leslie Lehman, this other detective, calls him back the same day or the day after the shooting and was like, hey, what time did you see that guy? And she writes the notes down. And she writes that Isaac said 10 or 15 minutes had passed from him hearing. And he's like, look at my fiance. She wrote in it, and you can hear it. It says 30. Leslie Lehman said, oh, I forgot to record that. So I just have my notes. And he said like 10 or 15 minutes had passed. He's like, that's not true. And he's like, at least in the recording that you have of my fiance, when she was recorded, what did she say? And I was like, yeah, on the recording line, she says that it was 30 minutes had passed. Because then what I was able to do is take the guy walking up, I have surveillance of, because I have the bank camera surveillance. Mm-hmm. And he talks to Isaac Funderburg right at like 7:32. And if you, like I was saying, if you're doing these subtractions, this is way before 7:26. So the moral of my story here is that even if you want to say 10 or 15 minutes, that is going to back up. Okay. If you go off of this as the time of the shooting, if you see this guy at 7:32, and according to both of the people, though, they're saying that was like 30 minutes had passed.
So, yeah. Okay. So at this point, we have a couple of things. We have the timing and cell signal data from wife's call makes no sense. It seems like it's too late and too in the same county as where he was when she's supposed to be an hour and a half away. And it also requires that Eldora / her family are still there at his office when he gets shot.
Now, this is the good stuff that we're. Oh, and then wait for the best part. Who does he see running away? He says that he sees basically a Hawaiian man, a dark-skinned man. He said he was wearing all black. He said a gray vest. I have this on recording. This is what he doesn't put in it. He leaves all of this stuff out that Isaac said. Isaac said he was wearing all black, like a hoodie and black sweatpants and like a gray like vest. He had like facial hair. He had a beanie on. And now I'm going to show you this. Okay.
This is Kinsey, the intern. Pay attention here, because this is the answer's always in the white space. When you read things, it's not it's seldom what's there. Usually what speaks the loudest is what's not, what's omitted, what should be included and isn't.
Yes. And it's so I go to let me go back and I want to play. So when Eldora Gatchel and her brother were there, guess what they do, Katie? They freaking take video. They take a video and I'm able to see what her brother was wearing because they take a video of him playing the ukulele in the patient waiting room. Yeah, wait till you see this shit.
Oh, I'm getting preemptive goosebumps.
Oh, you're going to be like, what the fuck? Okay, so hang tight here because I couldn't believe it myself. I said, oh my God, I wasn't going to be able to prove any of this until I found this video. I'm like, fucking hey, here we go. Let's party. So here it is. Let me click that.
It's also, by the way, the white space also, if you take a Rorschach and you see things in the white space, you're not going to get a good report. Side note.
Okay, this. Hang tight, it's loading. Oh boy, okay. Wait, go to that one. Okay, there we go. Media. Okay, it's coming. So again, this was given to the detectives on and it was put in the Jennifer Drake interview folder instead of Eldora Gatchel's interview folder. And here's your video. It's of Caleb Coco and Azara. It was taken on Eldora's, she said her phone. And here is, let me just take this down.
I don't know who Eat a Bag of D's is in your chat, but
oh, she's great.
Right there. I love it.
Okay, so this is gonna come down and hold on. Here we go. Check this out. This is Dr. Drake's waiting room, okay? He will be dead and murdered in like 10 or 15 minutes, okay? Mm-hmm. Eldora Gatchel takes a video. This is her brother. He has a ukulele. And Dr. Drake's waiting room's here. That door is he turns it up. Here he goes. Wait for it. See his leg?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pause it for a second. Hold on, though. Watch this. What is he wearing?
Oh my God.
That's the death song. If you Google that song, that's the death song. Okay. Brian Drake, 3 weeks before his murder, somebody took a baseball bat. 3 weeks before his murder, somebody took a baseball bat and busted his leg.
What?
Yeah, but him and his wife try to claim it was like February 4th, February 2nd, something like that. Try to claim that he slipped and fell when he was leaving work. There was surveillance cameras outside. They didn't catch any of that. And then when they got the results back for his ankle, it was from a compound. It was a compound twisting fracture, and his own brother. Oh yeah, his own brother-in-law, who's a doctor, was like, You can't do this from slipping and falling. This is something that's crushing something. Okay. And so they told her sister, like meaning Jen, the wife, like, this is somebody taking like an object, blunt force, in causing, and this happened he was murdered, I guess 6 weeks. March 12th. This happened 6 weeks before that. So do you think that looks like a message?
About it? He and her, Jennifer and Brian were both lying about it?
Yeah, because he called Jennifer. Well,
allegedly, I'm just guessing. It's not, I don't know. But
well, how about this? If you're a detective, wouldn't you look into this whole slip and fall and figure out like where people were located on that day and what was going on? Because wouldn't this be a great way for a defendant to say that wasn't a slip and fall? He was clearly being roughed up. Someone's sending a message and then they're like, okay, you don't have our money now. You don't have this. Bye-bye, motherfucker. Watch me. Or he's putting his dick where he shouldn't. And someone does something. I wouldn't then expect you to come and kill the man though. This looks more to me like that's a shakedown. Give us our, dead men can't get you your money back. But right here, this man is wearing what? A gray.
Oh, that's
vest.
What's described. Yeah.
Beanie, dark complected, black, all black, facial hair, the beanie,
playing a death song.
And so here, ready for the best part?
He literally shows up with his own theme song.
How is it possible for Isaac Funderburg to literally give an eyewitness description of this man if he in fact got into a pilot and left before 7:17, that phone call? How could Isaac Funderburg ever even know of this person existing and what he was wearing if and in fact he left the area in the pilot?
Oh yeah. I mean,
if the shots weren't until 7:26 and who Isaac says he saw is this man, that means he has to still be in the area after the pilot left. Because the pilot leaves, we have it on camera at 7:16. And this is what's
going on here? Why is he with
this is the easiest case. This to me was the easiest case.
I see it. I know this isn't the point, but what is going on? Like, where is he with another patient? Why?
Oh, so he was Paul Jacobson, the guy that was just before him. He had just left. So I interview Paul Jacobson. I go through the discovery and first of all, I see the report and then I listen to the interview and I'm listening to it and I'm like, holy shit, I press stop. I'm like, oh my fucking God. I call up the Moors. I'm like, I'm going to put something on speakerphone for you. You have to hear what Paul Jacobson says. And I play it. And Paul Jacobson says to the detectives, yeah, when I come out of the room, I hear a ukulele playing and I've just never seen anything like it in my life. So I'm just like confused. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? There was a woman who was like Hawaiian and the guy that was playing it, he's Hawaiian. I'm really confused. I've never seen these people before. Then I leave. When I'm leaving to go get into my big truck, I'm about to cross over behind the coffee shop. And as I'm doing this, an SUV is pulling in. Or you know what he says? He's like, a vehicle is pulling in. He's like, I can't remember like what type it was. It was an SUV. I don't remember the color. I think it was dark, but it was a girl. It was a woman who looked like she could be the daughter of the woman that was in there because he says, because of her skin color. She was like Hawaiian looking. I fucking fell to the floor because I was like, oh my God, this is the second vehicle I needed. I needed to be able to prove that Eldora Gatchell and her family were up there with two vehicles because I knew that the pilot had left and these motherfuckers stayed, but how could I prove this? Well, Eldora says in her interview, Eldora Gatchell, yep, the lady that's recording.
Gatchel?
T what?
How do you spell Gatchell?
Gat. Yeah, here it's right here. She's Hawaiian.
Yeah.
So, but she married a logger. So his last name is Gatchell.
Yeah.
Gatchell. But his name was Caleb Kakoa Nazara. Okay. So the thing though here is
Nazara is her brother?
Yeah, this guy's her brother. Okay. He has never met. He's never like him. doing this and shaking hands and whatnot. Like, this is just surreal. But the most important part of the story is that Eldora in the interview said, I that day went to pick up my niece from the airport. Okay. Well, he lived in Virginia where the niece lived. So I believe he also came into town that day. She says, my niece wasn't feeling well. So my niece stayed back and did not come to the appointment. My brother did. Okay. Well, lo and behold, we have Paul Jacobson now saying that he's like, he walks out of the office and sees a girl that could be like the niece of her, or like, oh no, I'm sorry, he's like the daughter of her. And here we have now, I was able to then find on surveillance camera an Explorer that was like a darker green with the two tones, so it has like the tan bottom, you know, like those 90s Explorers.
Yeah.
Guess what Isaac Funderburg said in his interview? He said, hey guys, I really need to tell you about what happened before all of this. Over here at Les Schwab, across the street, like, or what's like on the same side as me, there was like this older model SUV that was like greenish, and like it then like something was going on. People were getting out of vehicles, and then like it drove across. And so he's planting this SUV, the same one that the girl is basically in. And I'm able to see that. So I'm able to track down this SUV. I have it blown up. I have a picture of it. I'm able to see that Paul Jacobson literally in his white truck leaves right after that SUV comes though through. So I'm able to prove that he's telling the truth, because here's this SUV, it pulls in, and then here's his white truck leave. And it also proves, because what'd you say? Well, because Eldora Gatchel tried to say that in her interview, yeah, the guy that left here, oh my God, he was like this big angry man. I've never seen him before. She's trying to push the blame on anybody and everybody almost. Like,
yeah. Someone in the chat is saying her maiden name is Mapanapuna. Is that right? Or I don't understand if that's a joke, but if it's not a joke, is that true?
Oh, where was it?
William Tardy, 8137.
I don't know. I don't have her maiden name down.
Because why?
No,
why
he's putting a smiley face, laughy face. No, just.
But I don't know. Is that
she's trying to learn the face, guys? He's saying just kidding. Like, I don't know. So I don't ever read chat.
I'm wondering what. So okay, so this is her brother. Listen, we know that it's her brother.
Ready for this? I then asked Dan Moore flat out. I said, I want to know everything about Eldora Gatchel. Now go. And he said,
yeah, I want to know, and I want to know about this brother. Is he in fact your brother? Do we know that? I'm sure
he's like, what do you mean, Eldora Gatchel? And I was like, start talking. He's like, she asked us to go into business with her one time. I said, wait, what? I said, oh, what did she want you to do? She back a while ago.
Who asked who to go? Eldora Gatchel asked you to go into business with her?
Eldora Gatchel asked Dr. Moore to go into business with her, like business. Wait, and I said, what do you mean? He's like, well, we had a rental property in Hawaii, and she was like, my mom, something about her mom. I don't know if she was she wanted to start up a shop over there, like on the beaches or something like that. And so,
what kind of shop?
Like those little shops, like. Fucking, if you ask me, it's to launder money, but whatever. Let's just say she wants to fucking have a shop.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Dr. Moore passes. And I said, Dr. Moore, after you passed, did she come in? Was she still a patient of yours? And he said, actually, come to think about it, no, I don't think so. I said, so she went literally and asked you to go into business with her, and you said, no.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm confused.
I said, how long ago was this? He's like, oh my God, before the murder? Like, this was like so long ago. I was like, what, like 6-7 years? He's like, probably. He's like, this is so long ago.
Wait, Eldora Gatchel was Dr. Moore's patient and asked Eldora
Gatchel bounced all over.
But she asked Dr. Moore to go into business with her before she became Dr. Drake's patient.
Correct. So I said, oh, well, so then she would have no problem asking Dr. Drake to ever go into business with something, right? You get where I'm headed with it?
Well, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. As I said, start telling me about Eldora Gatchel. And so listen to what she did for a living before so she was like a big strip. She would drive the boats, these big boats. She has like they were fucking telling me. She was telling me, let me look back at my notes. I said, wait, what do you mean? They're like, she had a really good job. She was like a conductor of she would basically captain these ships. And I'm like, she's captaining what type of ships?
Yeah, what kind of ships?
Yeah. And so, they didn't have all of like the, they have a daughter, her husband, we hardly ever see him. He's a logger. The husband's a logger. She left being in Hawaii and married an Idaho guy that's a logger. They had a kid. The kid is in like a bunch of horse shit, like literally horse stuff, equestrian stuff. I don't know. She has
Hold up. What? No, this is her. She's married to a logger.
A guy. Yeah. She left basically being in Hawaii and being a bigwig with driving or whatever you want to call it. Captaining ships. Like she had these, and I'm like, shipments? Like what type of ships is she driving? Right. And it was enough for me to know, like, okay, because I said all along that this has to do with drugs. This has to do with trafficking, whether it's drugs, guns, and people. This is basically whatever the fuck he was into.
Steroids? He's using.
Well, yeah, and there's a bunch of stuff to it though. Like for the cops to totally botch this, it's so it's so clear as day that Jennifer Drake is being protected by the police. Okay.
One of my questions I've listed is Jennifer Drake sleeping with any law enforcement?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're going to get into, which is this is just so freaking obvious.
Well, and my question on this, do we know if this video was sent to anyone?
Yeah, so this is how this happens. Jennifer, when Eldora Gatchel had her interview, she shows the cops this video. Okay. So guess what they do? She sends it to the cops and she's showing it to them. She also, though, takes it. So Jennifer Drake does not tell the police anything about this. But what happens here is Eldora Gatchel, a couple days after this happened, she texts Jennifer Drake and says, "Oh my God, I heard a crazy rumor. Hopefully it's not true," because she tried to call her. She writes this text. Then Jennifer calls her back. And Jennifer explains this in an interview and just says that Eldora was like, "Oh my gosh, what the heck?" And oh my God, I was the last patient. I was the last person to see him alive. This is how she's relaying it to the police. And I think the best way to hear how the police react to uncovering some of this stuff is I'm going to play you a little excerpt right from the cops when they call in Jennifer Drake.
Send anyone this video?
Did she? What do you mean? Did she? No, Jennifer Drake.
No. How did Jennifer Drake get this video?
Jennifer Drake got the video because Eldora went to her fucking house, which Jennifer Drake never told the cops. And I have two sources that came to me and were willing to testify on the behalf of Dan Moore because Jennifer Drake had a revolving door after Brian Drake passed away. Friends were coming there, and so were family members, bringing food, all that type of shit. And on one of the occasions when they were there between the day that Brian died and the Sunday before the Monday of the next week, Eldora Gatchel shows up with him and with the ukulele, and Eldora and Jennifer Drake have a little meeting. This guy's playing the ukulele for the family and friends that are all there. She does not tell this to authorities.
To me, this looks like the kind of video you record when you're you're doing a hit job and you're getting a video ahead of time of like, deposit the first half now, we're here.
Yep, here we go. Or like, hey, we're here. How's this going to go down? Is your husband going to be alive or not? Like, but it wasn't sent to Jen like that. And I said, Jen's involved because she knows her biggest mistake is she called and she said that she talked to her husband on the phone from 7:17 to 7:26. Her husband is fucking dead. Her husband has already been shot. She was not on the phone with this man. She was on the phone with either dead air, but somebody had to answer it to leave it go for 9 minutes and 15 seconds, right?
Oh shit. So she would have.
So my theory that is way more provable than theirs is the fact of the matter is that Brian Drake is not the only one there at 7:17, and it's provable by surveillance cameras and eyewitness statements who identified this man being there still at 7 with because the cops went ahead and lied, but I'm going to go ahead and use their lie and say, well, you have him there till 7:26, at least 7:30. You get what I'm saying? Because that's what time you're going based off of. The eyewitness cannot know this man exists after 7:16 because they get into a pilot vehicle, a Honda Pilot. They get into it and they drive away allegedly. And we have this pilot leaving and it's on camera. And they're saying, Eldora's saying, me and my brother get in this vehicle and we leave. So right there, you put a timestamp on the fact that it is only possible for Isaac Funderburg to have witnessed this man prior to 7:16, prior to getting in a vehicle and driving away, which puts the gunshots. He's like, I hear the gunshots, and then I see this man coming out from behind the building, which guess what? Brian Drake had all fucking, his sweater had all leaves and debris all over the back, soil, vegetation. No chiropractor has nasty ass hands in a dirtied up sweater that looks like it's been, he had little shards of little sleeves of wood from like a shed. If you take somebody and you push them up against like a shed, the shed doors in the back of his building were off the hinges. And that matches what was on the back of his sweater. Oh yeah. And it's all in pictures. And so I'm laying all this out.
Shed? He owned a locked shed behind the building?
Yes. Which
were there security cameras around that?
No. Well, they claim no, but I claim yes, but they claim no. There's cameras. There's cameras, but they said it didn't get anything.
So there were security cameras. What was the shed being used for?
Nobody knows. Nobody asked.
What the fuck does a chiropractor need a shed for behind his building?
Well, how about the shed was basically, in my opinion, there for the person that actually owned the building. They made for if he had like a lawnmower or something cut. I have the pictures. You can see all the pictures. It looks just like it was I believe that stuff was being held in there. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Drugs. Yes.
And cash, whatever.
Yeah. Whatever was being, and that they were using that and shit went fucking sideways. But the moral of the story here is, though, this is so fucking obvious for the police, right? You would think. I mean, it's so obvious. They're covering. This is a cover up. Why are the Idaho State Police covering up for this? This is, especially if you just want to blame it on the wife. Take the drugs out, take the traffic, take all that shit out. Here's a wife who would always be prime suspect number one in any case. And same with the husband when a wife dies. They're the number one suspect.
Always got to look at the significant other first, don't you?
Yeah, that's just how it goes. So here, to me, you can never eliminate Jennifer Drake. And it's like they fucking did. And she got $1 million life insurance policy within 3 weeks. They weren't even.
How much life insurance?
$1 million. And guess what? There was no life insurance policy on her. It was only him. So when they went,
the life insurance policy, did he have it already for a while?
Not that long. They got it at the end of, they got it in October of 2016. And if you look at the signatures, one can definitely tell who signed for it as Brian Drake. It looks like it was signed by Jennifer Drake.
Did he know he had the life insurance policy?
I don't know. They say yes. She handled the whole thing, though. She called life insurance 13 times before she got the check. And she had other people calling on her behalf. Then she's calling the police department to say, hey, you need to talk to them so they can release me this money. And one of the guys was like, what? And when he talked to life insurance, it was, what was it, like Omaha? He's like, we just started this. Like nobody's been ruled out. Yeah. I contacted them. I said, how do you guys feel about fraud for $1 million? Do you guys do anything about that? Do you guys give a fuck? I mean, this is complete fraud.
So he had one life insurance policy that paid out $1 million to the wife.
And she wasn't insured, though. That's a big part of it for me. Why wasn't she insured? Out of their bank account. She wasn't working, but like,
how old were their kids?
Young. I mean, they were still all in school.
I mean, that's not uncommon if you have one person who's providing income for the family and the other is managing the kids in the house. That's not super uncommon that you're going to insure the one who's making a living with the idea that if she died, they would have problems.
I would be,
money wouldn't be that's not like, to me, I think we agree. Like I think there are lots of these things that come up where it could be suspicious and
this happened. This murder was in 2020, in March, and they got the life insurance policy at the end of 2026. I mean 2016. So, I think it was the end of it was either at the end of 2016 or was the end of 2017 it was like October. So they hardly had the life insurance policy for that long. If you think about it, she tried to get 1.5 mil. They wouldn't give it to her. She tried to get 1.25 mil. They wouldn't give it to her. They gave her a mil. And then what they did prior to any of this is they didn't have insurance. How they had their insurance was through a church organization where when you need something to be paid, you bring it to the church, and people from the church all are given like a set amount of money to then send to you. It's I forget what it's called. It's called like the Good Samaritan something or other. It's a way that the church that they went through does it. Well, they had to wait a whole year to be insured this type of way before they could ever put in to have Brian's back surgery paid for. So prior to his leg getting fucked up, in August of 2019, she's like, you're going to have back surgery, And so she submits the bill, like how much it would be. And when I was doing my research, I was like, so here, let me show you. Because I said she was lying about money. There's a big ton of money that was coming into their accounts. And I was like, what the fuck is this all about? And I was able to determine that she was Airbnb-ing their personal residence out. Okay, so think about this. You're claiming that there's no issues in your marriage, that you guys are just fucking great and money's all great and fine dandy. And I'm like, that's not the case at all. So I was able to determine here is that I took from the criminal discovery. Oh, so number one, he had a 0.07 for he was basically almost legally drunk while he was working. That's how I know when Eldora got there, they were just hanging out and drinking and having shots. There was no Brian Drake's wallet. In his wallet were these debit cards and credit cards. Brian Drake did not have cards on his person associated with Chase Bank and Wells Fargo, which were discovered through the civil case to be banks that Jennifer Drake held open accounts at the time of the murder. Airbnb account funds are unaccounted for within their P1 FCU accounts. So these I show because I sent them all, like I did like a report for the Moores and like the lawyer.
Where were they staying when their house was being Airbnb'd?
Oh, they were staying a couple times he would stay at his office on like on Mondays and Thursday nights he used his office and he had a pull-out couch and he stayed on that. Then he would
where were the kids and her?
They would be at the house, but then when she would Airbnb the place, they would either go camping or she would stay at she would go to like her parents and act like, hey, we're going to come see their parents for like the weekend or whatever. Or like they rented it out for like a week long. They were a couple times they stayed. They would then go on vacation and then they would send the kids to go with friends and family. And those two would go on paid vacations with these swingers. And then they would stay at friends' places on like the floor. It was just like, this was easily able to be obtained and figured out if you actually did any fucking work on the case.
And they were
so
swinging too?
What'd you say?
They were swinging too?
Yeah, we get into a little bit of that. Okay. So what I put together here was the contradictions of this whole 642 thing. And so I made this and I want to know your opinion on it. Oh wait, sorry. Hey, Katie.
I'm wondering, Lana, are we ever going to mutually get involved in a case that doesn't either have like swinging or animal sex parties? I know your YouTube algorithm by saying There's always something, always some weird shit that comes up.
Well, so
not that anything. Swing by all means.
To me, that's the fun. To me, this is like that's the fun part of it. I mean, this is the type of this is the type of case though that sells Netflix. Like this is what you'd want to watch. To uncover this and how I peeled back this onion, and then I bring a doctor in like you to sit here and go through it all and say like, yeah, dude, this all checks out, and then let's start talking about. I want you to dissect Jennifer Drake. That's what needs dissection.
I want to know everything about Jennifer Drake, and I want to know how old their kids are, what her deal. Like, I want to know everything about her.
Well, yeah, that's what the videos that she made on the day of her husband's death in that morning. She made like a 26-minute video that she recorded and sent out to friends. And she was talking about all this wild shit, trying to get in front of things that could potentially come up on like a Cellbrite, you know? And then she's talking about how, God, you know, we have the devil coming through the floorboards. And I'm like, what? I'm going to play you all the shit. She's a wild one. But
is it typical for her to make long videos and send them to her friends and family?
Yeah, because she gaslights everybody.
What?
She tries to get in front of shit that she knows is about to blow up.
Is she posting these things on social media or just like sending them?
She posts some stuff on social media, but a lot of the stuff she sends in like these it's like this Marco Polo app. She'll use her text messaging app. She uses, like Facebook. She's using apps. She's sending this stuff to her friends. She's sending them in group chats. But it was, yeah, so let's go back to like just this timeline, only because we'll get into this craziness with Eldora Gatchel. So
Kinsey, are you already doing a deep dive on?
Let me see. Okay, so here it is where she's like, okay. Now we have all the body worn camera footage. Okay, that's available. First thing I noticed with the body worn camera is there was daylight savings that happened on the Sunday before the murder. Okay, so the body worn camera, if you go off of the timestamp, is having all of this happen an hour before they're saying that it's happening. Okay. I tried to get clarification of like, hey, did you guys not reset these body cams? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Daylight savings was on Sunday. This murder was on Thursday. And so what I tried to get is, I said, give me any case that happened in your town prior to Thursday, but after Sunday. They refused. I said, what the fuck? I'm trying to prove if your body cameras are on or off. Like based on another, a call in. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So here they say that based on Isaac Funderburg's call, they dispatch people. They have nowhere. He doesn't give an address or anything like that. So you have people that are driving around the area, getting out of their car, like looking around to see if they can, okay, we hear gunshots, right? But where there was no shooting, there was no, he didn't witness anything like that, And so how they decided to go in this affidavit is that Isaac Funderburg and his girl say whatever. Then we go with, sorry.
I'm laughing at Miss Q 3989. Kinsey is in the corner rocking back and forth saying, make a stop. I think I'm self-conscious because you're talking about dark things and I'm seeing things in the chat and kind of giggling to myself. I promise.
No, you're good.
Complete psychopath, everyone.
Oh, fucking nice. The only sociopath and psychopath I see in this whole entire case are Eldora Gatchel and Jennifer Drake. Like, Jennifer Drake came out to the public and asked for the public's help to solve her husband's murder by quote unquote saying, we already know who did this. We need more evidence so that we can bring this forward. And this was in March of 2023. And so she put up a $10,000 reward. And I've been begging. I'm like, give me my motherfucking money, bitch. I solved this case. Where are my 10 G's? And I want them all in ones because I'm going to the strip club. Watch me.
You haven't gotten paid yet?
No. And she said the money has been upped. And I'm like, you giving away my money?
I'm still waiting for the governor to give and the TBI to give me mine from Holly Bobo, and nobody is offering to pay me anything yet.
Yeah, she put up a huge fucking billboard, and I'm like, girl, I'm over here solving your husband's case. I know this is not what you want to see, but I told her that I think that she was threatened. I said, the person on the opposite end of that phone call could have said to Jennifer Drake, listen, your husband's dead on the ground. We're going to come for your fucking entire family. This is how this is going to play out. You're going to call the fucking police and you're going to say X, Y, and Z. Are we clear?
Look at you.
And then you're going to still give me my money.
Employing the Reed technique. You did it. But here's a minimizing your guilt reason why it's understandable that you committed this crime.
Well, no, I said what I can prove is that this crime happened before that phone call. So explain to me how you knew that you weren't on the phone with your husband, because I got you lying, motherfucker. No doubt about it. But I'm willing to give you some grace here and to say that this is how I could see it possible that you didn't have anything to do with it. And the only way that would be is if the phone call that transpired was the person calling you, telling you what's up and that this is how this is going to play out. Because I think that she was calling the shots in their relationship. Jennifer Drake is like if you got Epstein, who do you need with Epstein to be able to do stuff? A Jennifer, a female. Mm-hmm. So, and Jennifer Drake was, she's wearing the pants in the relationship. Okay. And I think what she did is she's like, okay, I forgave you for cheating on me. I was willing to, instead of you cheating on me, I'm willing to do like these threesomes and swinger type shit, right? And I'm willing to go against my God in that type of way. And here, motherfucker, you're still doing some crazy ass shit. And so then she's like all pissed off that she did wrong by God. And she's like, fuck you. But I don't see that in how Eldora and Homeboy play into it. And then you're also going to be still protected by the government. To me, this has,
Were they swinging before he cheated, or did that start after?
I can only prove that. I can prove that another woman and her, there was a woman buying lingerie for Jennifer, and she like loved it, and they were hanging out in hotel rooms. And I mean, I don't know, has anybody bought you lingerie that's a female and then wanting to meet up and you wear it all together? What do you think that is? Do you think that's normal?
Do you think that was before? But didn't
that happen
cheating
after Texas? Well, that happened after Texas. I think he's been cheating. I don't even know if the word is cheating. Because I think Jennifer's really strong on her convictions, because she's over here like, he's never cheated on me, guys, because I'm right there. Well, and we fucking Tatiana together. Like, no one's cheating here.
So they can be swingers, and he could have cheated, or he could have cheated and then they became swingers.
He definitely cheated in Texas.
Okay.
Okay. But also he was being sought after because this girl in Texas was basically, there was cheating going on. And there was the stuff with like what he was doing while he was working. And that woman that was the patient was going to go after his license. Like that's a big deal. And so it's like, here, no. How about I just give you all the money back that you ever paid for anything, and trying to like get this all brushed under,
Wait a minute. She was fucking her chiropractor and still paying for the adjustments?
Oh, fuck. Well, that girl?
Like, come on, girl, know your worth. At least don't like get the adjustments.
1000%. This girl was paying for adjustments while he was talking about her ass. Yeah, like they were. It was.
That's just pathetic. If you're not gonna get comped the chiropractic adjustments when you're sleeping with your chiropractor, that's embarrassing.
Well, guess who did all the emailing though to handle this whole thing? Getting like, hey, what do you need? What do you want to do? Like, we don't have money here. Because, like I said, the Drakes are broke as fuck. Okay. But Jennifer Drake handled all of that shit, and she lied to the police, and she got caught lying in a deposition about it. And then Jill Bolton just started laying all these fucking exhibits. And she's like, oh, here, how about this email that you sent, and this email that you did, and this. And here you see Jennifer Drake face. You guys have only just seen her voice. You're going to see her face now. When is this deposition that I have? We get to see Jennifer Drake's reaction to shit. We get to see the when she's looking at these exhibits, when she's sending like titty pics to her man and he's demanding titty pics.
I love a good deposition.
Oh, it's fucking the best deposition ever, but she's caught lying every fucking step of the way.
I love
And-
watching depositions. I love everything about. If depositions were an Olympic sport, I would be a gold medalist. Depose me anyway. I love a deposition.
Fucking great. But
I am
I'm a
now.
little-
I really sound like a psychopath.
well, why would the police protect her? Like, make it about the fact that I got a woman that's a witness, 2 witnesses. She's like, I used to work for him. I wore pigtails one day, and he's over here talking about, oh my God, there's some great handlebars. The stuff I could do with that ass while I'm holding the handlebars. This is why he's getting fired.
Did he have patients who were law enforcement?
I was able to find one patient for sure. There was one card that I found, Caleb Watts. We'll talk about him a lot because he then started dealing with the cartel. There was a family that's up on the hill.
Okay, that was my next question. If he does have patients who are law enforcement, do any of those law enforcement officers who are seeing him for chiropractic care have any possible connections to drug involvement?
Well, we're going to get into that. He's got I found his steroid / pill dealer, Dean D'Amata. How are you, Dean? I kept your name under wraps for this whole time. I have no reason to keep it now. I thought we were going to trial. We're not. I have the text messages back and forth. Hey, leave my gear. Who, like, when you're talking about gear, that's what somebody says about
drugs. So steroids or like a gear, like,
yeah, your gear. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then leave it in my car, put it underneath this. And then the guy's like, okay, did it. And so it's like clockwork, all this shit. He's clocking it in his books and showing that he's trading off chiropractic work for fucking steroids and pills.
That's
And
exactly
then-
what, yeah.
Yeah. And then what also was being tracked, the one time I have his dealer saying, yo, I can't leave the shit. I'm here. And there's a cop literally standing. He's like out of his cop car, standing like at your car. I have that in text messages. I find all of this shit. I'm able to find that Brian Drake's phone, right after the murder, a little bit after it, his phone starts being called back to back by an unlisted number. Well, I went and pulled the tower dumps, and me and another girl went through every single phone fucking call in these tower dumps to be able to see what those 2 numbers were. He's the local meth dealer in Sandpoint who's never called Brian Drake before in his life, calling Brian Drake back to back at 7:46 and 7:47, right before they like find him, you know. And I have Jennifer Drake saying, oh, the sheriff called me at 7:44 asking for Brian Drake's cell phone number. And I had no idea why he wanted to know that. Though when they're telling me that the medics are with him, why is the sheriff asking me for what's his phone number? Well, what do we have taking place right after that? Jennifer Drake's lying about that, but not completely lying. The medics aren't with him. So she's got that completely wrong, but she's trying to. So she's in this with law enforcement.
The
and
meth dealer is calling him?
Yes, and his name is
Crystal
Michael. Yeah, his name is Michael Cook. There you go. You guys have never heard that name. I've kept that all under wraps. Michael Cook is out of Sandpoint. He was arrested and charged. He was involved with meth.
Maybe that's why he's having
trafficking.
money problems. If he's dealing meth, there's no money in meth.
Oh well, meth I think is only like the one part of it, but I think there was a lot of things.
I'm saying that like in jest. I'm sure that.
Yeah. I have. Oh, here's something I want to show you. Because we're gonna kind of jump around here, but just take a look at this. So, all right. This is the report that Leslie Lehman writes up.
And Leslie Lehman is
a Idaho State Police detective, and she was working with Mike Van Leuven, and she knows that she was supposed to be recording this conversation. First of all, they don't bring anybody down to the station to do any of these interviews. They're doing stuff over the phone, and they're going to the people's houses for the most part with these. So like dealing with Isaac Funderburg, the 12th, he does an interview on scene. It was recorded with a camcorder and everything, like body worn cam. I don't think at first they thought that was even rolling, and then they got fucked because of it. And that's where he's literally describing the guy. So I was able to get that. But this happens the next day on the 13th. They go to his house. They talk to him. They record that. But then Leslie Lehman has to call back just to she says, to get a couple things squared away. And she writes, during my call with it's Isaac Funderburg. Well, here he has a different last name, and she puts them together, Spain, Ireland. So it's like this would be another way to difficult to find the report if you don't pay attention. But this is the same dude, and it's right here. She says that the guy that he talked to when he came back from the grocery store and walking, because this was their first suspect, they arrested him and tossed his whole fucking hotel room. He was from Michigan, and he was working in town as like I don't fucking know what he was. He was working. Anyways, Isaac was asked about this guy, and he's like, I don't know. He was like 6 foot, 6'2", blue hoodie with a white or silver vest. Again, this is what she's writing. It's not on a recorded device anywhere. Sweatpants or light colored jeans. Isaac asked the male if he had heard the gunshots earlier. The male was not wearing earbuds, might have scruffy facial hair or beard. Isaac had just returned from the store and was standing near his vehicle, near his apartment. And Isaac estimated that the conversation with the male took place 10 to 15 minutes after the gunshots were heard. There is no evidence to be placed in ISP evidence regarding the phone call with him. So none of that is recorded statements. And this is when I flipped out, and I was like, this fucking bitch, Leslie Lehman, who's involved with the Idaho 4 case, she sucks. She doctored up evidence in this case, and I can prove it. And here, she knows protocol, and she doesn't record the eyewitness. This is not what he said. He said it was 30 minutes. He said 30 minutes. So this blows up this timeline, right? Because it's like, there's no way that this call that took place with Jennifer Drake ended with a fucking gunshot or 2 or 3 or 9. It didn't happen. This was way fucking earlier. And these fucking people knew it. And it's like, this is the easiest thing to see, that a wife here had her husband killed. This is so fucking easy. So if you want to hide up about the drugs and all that stuff, hide it all up. Don't talk about it. Her motive for killing him is because he's a cheating bastard, and he's been doing it for years, and he's fucking with their family's money left and right. Okay. The guy is worth more dead than alive, period. The courts even just came out and granted a $15 million judgment for her ass. She's over here being labeled a fucking saint, and she's a goddamn, she's involved in the murder of her husband. There's no way that you can say that she's not. Okay. So then does seem that way, doesn't it? So then I'm over here like, even if we go off of Leslie's pathetic work, number H here, letter H, directly contradicts with the 7:26 time of the shooting, according to Jennifer Drake's hearsay statements. 10 to 15 minutes after the gunshots would be at 7:10 or 7:15, before any call to Jennifer Drake would have occurred, because Brian Drake's phone does not call her phone until 7:17. So even going off of Leslie Lehman's shit work, and how I was able to do this is because I have the guy that was walking on surveillance camera from the bank, and where he was at the time. You look at the timestamp. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Where's Isaac at? Well, his apartment's right next to that. So he's talking to that guy. It has to be within that time. And then I have the gas station time frame. So when I have the witness then because he's walking, so I'm able to take both of those timestamps, put them together, and say, this is the time frame that is only possible for these two to have had this conversation. And they both, witnesses, Isaac and Stephen Hartman, who's the guy that was walking, they both acknowledged separately and independently that they talked to each other, and this was the conversation. And so when you do the math, the simple math, this is all happening before anything with Jennifer Drake. Then when you take into account his eyewitness statement of who he saw and what the person was wearing, they could have never been in the pilot to leave at 7:16, because Isaac Funderburg couldn't have seen. That's if he sees Kayla Pico and Azara, one of two things has to be the case. Either you have to believe them that they got into the pilot and left, which means it had to be happened before 7:16, or they lied about getting in the pilot. You get where I'm headed? And then that means they were still on property. And then that means that they were still there while that phone call was occurring, and it wasn't only Brian Drake. And so I shredded every which way, but I just simply go off of what these witnesses are saying. And they claim that they got into the pilot and they left. And I said, okay, well then Isaac Funderburg had to have seen that man before 7:16, motherfuckers, which means the gunshots were before 7:16. And that's before the phone call with the motherfucking Brian Drake and Jennifer Drake's phones. And that's where I want to leave it, which means who was on the phone call, because it was not Brian Drake. He was already shot and killed.
Mm-hmm.
He could have been in a conversation for 9 minutes from 7:17 to 7:26. This is the easiest. A fucking patrolman could do this work. How does the Idaho State Police not get it? And they have it all right in front of them. So then I said, let's take this other contradiction, which is the eyewitness to the man running. Here's the Spain Ireland says the guy that was running was probably about my height. He is a little. Well, let me just zoom in. It's too, make it bigger. So this is his interview on camera on the body-worn camera. Marty Ryan is assistant police chief that basically gets Dan Moore to false confess. Right here. How about the pants? I remember he was wearing black sweatpants and a black hoodie. I think he had a gray vest on. Maybe it was the way that the light was reflecting, but I remember seeing a vest and he had a beanie. Where the fuck is that, Van Leuven, in your stupid fucking affidavit? He is literally identifying. He said he had dark skin and literally to a T, Eldora's fucking brother. And the only way that he could have seen him is if all of this happened earlier. And that's exactly what Isaac said to me. Isaac said, Lana, this happened way earlier because I didn't call 911 until after I had gotten back from the fucking store. And I said, is that right? And he said, yes. And you could track all my movements in my vehicle. You could track the phones, everything. Go get my phone records. Let's see when I truly called, because none of this is accurate. He's like, I never identified Dr. Moore. They tried to show me a lineup. I'd never identified him. I told them it wasn't him who I saw. Then they asked the girlfriend to do the same thing. And she picked some dude. Wasn't Dr. Moore. And then she tells me on a recorded phone line that she knew it was being recorded. I said, they told you that you picked Dr. Moore out of a lineup? She's like, yeah. I said, do you want me to send you the pictures? And she said, please. I sent her whole case file. She said, holy shit. When I left there, Lana, they told me that I identified Dr. Moore. I said, is that right? She said, I swear to God, why would I lie? I mean, that's why we thought it was Dr. Moore, because the person I picked out, they're like, oh yeah, that's Dr. Moore. Okay, have a good day. And I was like, when did this occur? And she's like, I don't know. I did it like a couple different times. I said, wait, you were shown lineups a couple different times? She says, yeah, I was shown not even a lineup. She said, the day after the shooting in the morning, I was showed just a single photograph. I said, well, that's not by the book. When that happened? She said, the next morning. So I was able to track down that, and I found out, and I have him on surveillance camera and pictures taken from the crime scene because they were using a drone that morning. I have this Caleb Watts going over to Isaac's house in the morning and can put him there at the same time that she says that he was there, and he has a piece of paper walking in and walking out with. And that was a single piece of paper of a picture of the guy that her and Isaac saw that came after the fact, the Steve Hartman guy. She's like, yeah, they asked me if this is who we saw. And I said, yeah, that's the guy that came up afterwards. He came up like 30 minutes after the shots. She's like, it had to be like 30 minutes later. And we told the police that guy had nothing to do with it. And I was like, are you sure you told that to the police? I
think I'm following all of this at this point.
Well, here's that part. Aaliyah, right here. This is what the girlfriend says in a recorded interview. Well, after I heard the gunshot.
I'm getting information overload. I don't even remember who this girlfriend is.
Well, her name's Aaliyah.
But whose girlfriend?
Oh, Isaac Funderburg. So
Oh, yeah.
like,
Okay, that's the girlfriend of Isaac Thunderbird, the one who heard the shots. They recorded it as a gunshot. When he heard gunshots, he went to the store and came back, and he saw.
and then that's no, he saw the guy first, but when he
Doris.
got back from the store, that's when he was claiming that he called 911 to report the gunshots. And then
Yeah.
he thought about it some more. He's like, I was like, did you possibly call twice? Because that's what I was interested in. But this is what the chick said. She said, to me, that doesn't seem right because nobody ever walks by there, because she's talking about behind Dr. Drake's building. And this person runs out from behind the building. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't say anything like, was that you? He didn't even acknowledge that there was a gunshot or anything. People would be scared and be like, what's going on? They wouldn't just run. They would just stand still. And then this is the detective, Rich Alderson, saying, how soon after the gunshot from the time when you saw him? And she said, probably about 10, 20 seconds, maybe, because I ran outside. And this is speaking about the guy, the beanie guy. So she's over here saying, listen, after the gunshot, and he says gunshot, she's 10 to 20 seconds is when I saw the beanie guy. Same with Isaac. And then she's like, so this is what I'm using to show and prove that this gunshot, the guy that they saw, if you're trying to say that it was at 7:26, then you better account for the fact that the pilot had already left. So what fucking car were they in then? The pilot leaves. And if you want to sit here and write an affidavit that the gunshot didn't happen until 7:26, well, how is the guy that's wearing the beanie in all the black named Caleb Cohen Azara, what car does he get into? Because the pilot's left.
I'm following that. Now, let me go back to. So the doctor had leaves and dirt on the back of his sweater.
Here,
and
yeah,
the shed in the back, was it unlocked?
Yes, everything was unlocked. Here, I do this. Okay, this is a good one for you. This is how I know that the scene was tampered with.
No, I believe you. The scene was tampered with. I don't need to be proven that. I want to understand.
Well, his cell phone, like they decided.
There's no way the cell phone shoot is accurate.
Well, no, his cell phone. Somebody at the scene, got into his phone and viewed 2 text messages at 8:15 and at 8:16.
Incoming messages.
Yeah, so that's how I'm able to prove that. So they find his body at what time did it end up being? I don't know. Let's see. The CAD notes say it's like after 7. I think it's like.
Yeah, how do they determine what, so cops are called and they're not called to a specific address.
Well,
and then eventually wife calls and says,
well, we get to that right here. So Boundary County Sheriff's deputies, as well as the Boundary police officers, will respond to the scene. And this is not accurate because they were dispatched first because there was just gunshots. So I have the body worn camera of people being like, they have nowhere. They don't know that they don't go to a location. They don't go to the suite yet. Then when it says responding officers found a bullet hole through the window of the exam room of Dr. Drake's office, officers found the door to Dr. Drake's office to be locked and broke it down to get to Drake and to clear the building. We have the body worn camera of that, and you'd have to watch it again to see if you think that door was locked, if they even tried it. Officers found that Dr. Drake was...
I'm talking about the back shed that had the lawnmower or whatever in it. Was that locked?
No, it was disheveled. Like it was...
Like maybe Drake, before being shot, was taken out there and forced to unlock it.
Oh, he was definitely taken out there.
To have to unlock it or something, like there's something in it that was going to be retrieved prior to him being shot.
Yeah, what it looks like is that they go outside and they're back in that area, back behind his office.
Yeah.
And there's like a picnic table back there. And what it looks like is that he was shot, that there was like a scuffle or whatever, and that he was taken and was shot. If you come up,
where was the blood? Was blood? I mean, did it look like he was drugged back in the? And where was his office compared to the? Because if he was out there before he was shot.
Well, what it looks like is he's trying to get back to his office where potentially his phone was, like his multiple phones.
Because
because
so they don't think it was an immediate. They don't think he was like immediately incapacitated by the bullet. Well, they don't think. I guess they.
He internally bled out. He drowned in his own blood, so there was hardly any blood. It was all like soaked into his like clothing. Whoever did this knew exactly where to shoot, in my opinion. And he was
But
then
the
left.
bullet went down.
It was no. Well,
The downward.
it depends on whose version.
Is
Here, do you want to see some crime scene photos?
yeah.
Is that easier?
I need to
Okay.
picture it. It's like too many words, and I need to picture it.
Yeah, that will help probably. Good call, Katie. Good call, Doctor. Just docking up over
I know.
here.
I can tell when my ADHD starts kicking in, and I'm trying to listen, and I'm internally wondering what swingers clubs exist in Idaho, and whether anyone's checked memberships. That it's time to see crime scene pictures.
Oh, that's
There is one swinger club I found.
okay. So the first thing that I'll do is I'm going to use the. Did you? Is it called the white something?
Yeah,
There's one in Coeur d'Alene.
that's the one.
Okay, so is it?
That's the one.
Girl, we're gonna go there. We can go there all day.
Oh, I'll go there all day.
All right, so here we go. All right, I'm gonna pull these up. Okay, let me. It should load all of them, hopefully. Clicking like to the right or to the left. Go. Okay. Let me just click on as many.
There was a bullet that went through the window.
Yeah, definitely there was a bullet that went through. We question which way. We question
which direction the bullet went through. What was the time? Was it 2 bullets immediately, or was it a bullet like the shots that when you talked to that witness and he heard gunshots, were they gunshots immediate, or was there some period of time between?
Oh god, shit. Sorry. I'm just trying to pull up. I'm trying to keep him out, as many. So let's go with this one.
Yes, I am a real doctor with a license, not like Turtle Turd, who calls himself doctor. Someone asked if I was a real doctor.
Okay, this is a good one. Oh, yeah. So here. Oh, get off there. Okay, here's the this is a fair one because it doesn't show. I just want you to see the. Okay. We can zoom in. Is it showing you on your end?
Okay, yeah, I see the office.
Okay. So like that's where his desk was.
Uh-huh.
He's off and over here. Okay.
I see his hand. Okay.
See that like okay,
wait,
so
what? And that's the window that they said he was shot from?
Yeah, that's yes. And he's over here and he's got see how this stuff is on top of him, like with his leg like that? You see that? Like
that's all that's
we went over this so many different ways. Yeah, let me show you. I have a bunch of different ones. But this position with let me zoom in on his back so you could see like what I saw.
But that window with the blinds there is where he was supposedly shot through?
Yes. And so I want to show you where they're saying like this Hold on.
With no
Oh wait, I think I can do it. Oh yes. Okay, hang on. Woohoo! I think I got it. I wanted to be able to go through them and be able to click to the right. That's all I cared about doing, and now I think I can. Okay. Here you go. All right. So, well, they tried to say that, but they didn't test any of them. Okay. So that's the coffee shop. So let's go back this.
Yeah, I want to see. I just want to see the layout. Like, where's it? Because if he was right, I mean, if he had stuff on the back of his sweater.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. Okay, so this is the back. Do you see over here to the right? I'm gonna put us over there. Then I'm gonna put it over there. You see that shed?
Okay, yes.
See this picnic table?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you see how there's like leaves and whatever they're running? I think they're running like some type of generator. It's a really good question to ask, but so this picture gets taken after they set up a couple things. That's his vehicle.
Right. So this picture was taken as part of the crime scene. Was the shop open?
This is like the back of the building. No. That's why I want to get to the pictures that show it before it's open like that. And they use a drone footage to do it, and they use a regular camera to do it. So I wanted to pull up those. But hang tight.
Okay, so he would have had to come back in through these doors, this door?
Yes. Yep. And there was no, I mean, they didn't even, it's not like they looked, as far as I'm concerned. This is this other guy's office. It's next to him. This is his door. Okay. Here we go.
What happened to that door?
They tried to say that the cops had to kick this down. The cops decided to kick this in. The cops were saying that they had in because they're claiming that it was locked when they got there. I have it on body worn camera, but we don't get to see the way.
They're saying the room he was in when he was shot, it was locked.
Yes, but there's another way in that wasn't. So how it would look if you don't know everything about the case, because that's what they try to make it. Just there's a different door besides this door to get into his office, which was unlocked, and you could go up to the front of the building, and it was unlocked. So somebody could have locked this door, right? They put him in there, lay him all out, set up the scene exactly how they want, right? And then lock this door. Hit the send for the 717 call, right? Because they're staging this all up. But meanwhile, the actual gunshot that killed him was earlier, right? And then now they have to shoot a gunshot through a window because they have to stage it.
That's what I was saying. There were two gunshots. Were they right next to each other, like shoot, or was there some time period? Like, was there?
Yeah, no, he said that he heard what he thought was two gunshots. So they
back to back though, or was there some space between the two?
They didn't ask him like that. And
did you
the police didn't? But I didn't. All I cared about when I did talk to him was, did you hear one shot or two? He says, I heard two. And I didn't ask to say, were they back to back?
Well,
I didn't
find that out.
I said it like this. And it was for the purposes of the affidavit. And I was like, and you told the officers that you'd heard two. And then I heard the 911 call, and I was like, this is your 911 call. You were saying that you heard two. And he said, yes. And so it was enough for me there that's his 911 call.
Like, for this to happen, there has to be two gunshots because he was shot and the window was shot. So, I mean, yes. if there wasn't some space in between, he has to be in one location. Either there's two people shooting, or he has to be.
Well, I'm going to show you the back of his shirt. I'm going to show you the back of his shirt, and then it is undeniable that this man was outside rolling around in that fucking debris area right by where the shed is.
Was there any blood found over there?
They didn't look. They didn't look. They didn't do anything. They didn't take pictures over there. They did nothing. So this is what
they saw leaves on the back of his clothing and didn't go look to where the leaves were and see if there was blood there.
Correct. This is a cover up.
I'm gathering that part.
Yeah.
The
So
door
they.
did not- I mean, if there
Oh,
was
so
no
I'm gonna move.
glass,
I'm gonna
you
move
get
off of that. The
on
reason that they said that, the reason that they said that they did that was that it was locked to get into this office, and that's not true, because the front door is not locked, and we're only able to figure that out though because of the body worn camera. If we didn't have the body worn camera, you wouldn't be able to argue that in court. So thank God we're
Wait,
able.
the body worn camera shows that this door was unlocked.
We can't see if it's locked or unlocked. But what it does show is that the front door was 1000% unlocked. So that means what I'm trying to say is how they're trying to make it seem is that for this door to be locked, that Brian locked it after his patients left. He locks the door and then he calls up his wife and that he was just shot through the window, you know? And I'm over here like, fuck all. No, somebody locked that door other than Brian and they walked their fucking happy asses out. There's another way out of here. And I can show you how there's another way out of here. And not only do you have to go out the front door, but there's another door that can bring you back and you could go through where I'll show you here. But it's laughable. It's laughable. But it's all in how you present something, and how they presented it. It made it seem like that this man shut his door after his last patients left, locked it, and then somebody came up to that window and shot through the window. And I'm like, fuck, watch this. Was the window
shattered or was there a bullet hole in it?
Here, let me show you that. I'm going to take this down though, because I know it's going to go to a couple of the pictures that I just do not feel comfortable having out. That I don't think it's right. So let me go to where we can. Come on. Okay. All right. In his office, this is going to be next to where this is to get to the other, where you can go to, like, to the bathroom area and then into another office area. Cause this is like a suite where there's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 different like offices. And so this is connecting into his. So this was unlocked. Okay. Mm-hmm. And over to the right-hand side of this, that's where his door and where he's laying on the ground is. Okay. To the right of that. Okay. So I'm going to come back off and show you now now we're going to get into like the bullet where it was struck and stuff like that. So when you go to,
yeah, I want to see the glass, and then I want to pause and review some of this evidence and have us come back and follow up.
Yeah. So this is, hold on, let me get the pictures that are not. Okay. I feel comfortable with you seeing this. Okay. So this is where he would put his little clients and they adjust them on. Okay. You see that?
Yep.
Okay. Now, do you see how his leg is like underneath that?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a blonde hair that's located actually on this table. If I zoom in, that they didn't feel the need to take. I'll show you. Where is it? Right there. You see that hair? It's like in the middle.
I do see it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. There's a long blonde string there in the middle. It's like right here. That they didn't feel the need to take. Also, this is usually straight across, like it's not tilted on a slant like it is here. And so what it looks like to me is that this was it was moved somehow. Why would this be at a slant? His own wife said that that's not how, like, this shouldn't have been slanted. It should have been straight.
Do you have a backup? Do you have a photo where you can back up? Or
Yeah,
I can see the
I'm gonna back. Yep, exactly. Sorry, hold on. You're right. Let me get out of this one. Oh God. Let me go to the next one.
Does it have locking wheels on it?
Let's see. Here's the window. I'll come back to that. Does it have locking wheels?
Like where you could easily move it from room to room or use it to transfer a body?
Oh, yeah. It pops up, so you can just like pop it, you know?
I'm just wondering if they could have used that to like move him in there because he'd be heavy for that guy to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's on wheels. Yeah.
That's why. Well, that's probably how they got him in there then, because he'd be a heavy guy for. That'd be easy to wipe off.
This is how they said the window was. The blinds were closed. Or the blind was closed like this. And do you see this deep blue? See how that's that cardboard that's right up against the windowsill like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Right in between where that little hole is at the top, I'm going to zoom in. This is where they're saying the gunshot was, okay? That came through right here. Now, Eldora Gatchel said when she was in this room, her interview says that the blinds were not drawn and that the blinds were wide open when they were in there. Okay?
Okay.
Just so you know. Then we're going to take this down and we're going to go back with, I think now I can just go through them and not be nervous to see something that I just don't want out there. All right, here we go. Okay, so this is the stool that they say that he was sitting on. They did not take this into evidence.
What?
We have no idea.
Corner.
They said that he sits on this stool and he operates at the side of his desk. I'm going to show you how they say that he operates. But this stool, we have no idea how tall it is. We have no idea. They did not take it into evidence. You understand that? It was not taken into evidence. Now, me and Scott Roeder reenacted this and we spent like $1,000 on products to do it. When we did the gunshot reenactment, this stool, the glass shredded the fucking stool to the point that it caused it to rip and tear.
I'm still wondering how the fuck you shoot a gun through a window and the tissue box doesn't fall.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to that. So it was like $978 in material. We bought a couple windows. We set up this whole thing to do a reenactment. He's one of the best forensic reenactment specialists in the country.
Yes,
okay,
like
to do this. Yeah, we did. So
yeah.
When I zoomed in, so if Brian Drake is sitting on this with his ass, okay, do you see these little shards?
Yeah.
Why is it? How's that there? Okay, next. So then back up out of it, and then okay. Do you see how?
Picture of the other side where you can see the glass.
Oh yeah, everything.
Does the glass look like it has a clean bullet hole, or is it?
Here we go. This is how I found this. Do you see up here? It says Eldora Gatchel 3. I'm gonna zoom in even more. Oopsies.
What phone is that's plugged in there?
Eldora Gatchel. You see how it says 3 there?
Yeah. What phone is plugged in next to that?
Oh, that's his Kindle. His work phone, and that should have been touched, and it wasn't. Somebody had called and texted him to set up an appointment, and the last time that he looked at that was in the 6 o'clock hour. Like it was like 6. That's why I believe he was shot and killed, because he would have definitely looked at that between the time of 6:47 and 7:17, because he would have. But that phone hadn't been picked up or looked at, and it was an unread text message that came in. See this Eldora Gatchel number 3? This was stolen. Down here, as it shows you like 2/18, all these different dates, and then he was running out, so he had to put the rest of them over here. So you have like 10/31, 11/21, and then he was going upwards with it. Do you see right here where it says 3/12 like that? 3-12. You see how next to it, if it says pays 40, like P40 right there underneath it.
Yeah.
Well, next to the 312, it should say P250. It does not. It's because he did not get to the payment part of the day to like. So when he's there with them, he didn't even get to that part. And this is why they fucking stole this shit from me. But I found it in the fucking pictures.
Mhm.
Come get it, baby. Dude, I was scouring. I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is missing from fucking Discovery. But I was able to go to and I was like, oh my God, look. 312, he wrote it down. And as he was writing this down to then get to the payment part of taking $250, see the schedules right there on the, like what I showed you earlier, like the white piece of paper. He used his pencil to write the 250 down. Then he's getting into to go do his actual, like, take the payment. And I said, why didn't the cops go and check to see if Eldora Gatchel gave her card up? And then
What does he write in pencil?
To erase and add people for that's what he uses in the if it's
for his
schedule.
scheduling.
Mm-hmm. But
Okay,
I was like,
see the window.
Okay, we're going to that's just huge to me though. They're the last patients. It should be written in there because payment, and it's not. And then I was like, why didn't they go and check that? I'll try to go back to where the window is. Hold on, let me get back. Let me get back
You're
to
saying he was shot through the back.
Uh-huh.
And he twisted.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, let me get I'm gonna go to the more like the pictures from the outside that they took. They took a bunch of pictures outside. There's a video that they do. Maybe that would be better for you. Do you want the video where they're out there and they zoom in?
I think I need to. This is too like I'm gonna stop ingesting everything. I want the video to like look through it and come back and do a part 2.
Okay, well, I was gonna try to. I'm trying to get to the part that I know.
I just want to see
because
I don't want people to like leave and not. I'm sure a lot of people in the group have already seen it, but I just want to see the outside of I want to see the window to see how the glass.
Did you want to see how the desk was with what you were saying was plugged in, or no?
I want to do all that part too.
Because as I'm going through these, the only reason I'm not showing all of them on the screen is because I just don't want okay, here we go. We're outside now. Okay, this is how he used the work phone. You got to see this though, at least for him to scan in when people would pay. It was right there. His work phone was at his fingertips, and he didn't check to see a text that would have come in. You know, so this is plugged in. See that little pay on top? Now, they're saying that these water bottles were filled with alcohol, yet they didn't take any of them into evidence. They didn't test any of them. And yet they go ahead and they just say that they had vodka in them. And they just didn't. Like, you cannot say that. They were never tested. They were never taken. And because they were trying to explain that the reason when he died, he was basically almost legally drunk. You know, that 0.08 or whatever. He was at 0.07. And what they were trying to say is that throughout the entire day, he was just drinking vodka out of water bottles. Yet every single patient that he dealt with, nobody smelled any alcohol on him. And the reason they have to say that is because they don't want to talk about the fact that, no, he began drinking with Eldora and this man. And there was garbage cans in there that had like little cups. They didn't take any of that shit. Let me go back out to your window. Oh, now it's like not. This thing is so touchy. You're like, I'm on case overload. I don't blame you.
But this kind of, it's like when I hit my limit, I feel like, because maybe I'm not as.
Oh, trust me.
stamina of the audience, but this stuff is like every little detail matters so much that I don't. If I'm to the point where
hell yeah, it does.
I'm like done. Because
well, do you feel like? How about this? Is it at least to the point where you'd be like, oh my god, this case is how like this can't possibly be what they're saying that it is.
Well, I started there because I don't think you would have spent all the time on it if it wasn't. It's crazy.
Here you go. I got the video. I want you to have the video. Okay.
There's a level of like information, focus, and density that because you never know what's relevant and what's not, and so it's like every single detail you just can't check out of anything.
Here we go.
In 2 states: obliviousness and hyperfocus. There's no in between.
There's no in between.
Mm-mm.
No. Come back. I was just shocked when I saw that they didn't. Here's your drone.
So it's a I'm neurospicy.
Okay, it's gonna load now. All right, did it switch over to the video? It's here. Sorry about that, Katie.
Oh, you're good.
Here. All right. So between these two, that's your little drive-through. On your left, that's the drive-through where the coffee place is. See that drive-through? And so when you come in, people would park in the back, and then that's that main street out there, and then across where that red little like roof is, that's where Isaac Funderburg's apartment was. Across up those little. I've been there. I went there to see what I could see from behind by standing on the stairs.
Like top right of the last.
So
top right there is where his apartment would be.
Yeah, like over here on the left, like so across the street. Yeah, like this is his apartment building. See those stairs? It goes back. It's all the top floor.
Building.
Do you see
that's
that?
His apartment building.
Yes. So his was across the street. It was just an apartment. It was just it was an apartment that was on top of like this commercial property.
So that's an awning thing. I thought that was a gas station. Now I'm following. Okay. So he's close. Okay,
yeah. So, but do you see where this white car is?
Yes.
That is his girlfriend's white vehicle, and his vehicle was parked right kind of over here in the same area, and he was standing over here when the gunshots happened.
Like
now this picture yeah, and guess who that is? This is how I was able to find this. That's actually Caleb Watts, and in his hand right there is the piece of paper that he just took to Aaliyah Sandlin in the morning to show her, and she's like, yeah, that's the guy that I saw, not the guy in the beanie, but that's the guy that came up after the fact. And she was like, yeah, that's him, but he came up like at 30 minutes later. But that's him. And so their own discovery showed that he took a piece of paper to her. Because they were trying to say that she inadvertently saw something and goes, oh my God, that's him. That's the guy. And that's how they got a search warrant and said that he was the suspect, the Stephen Hartman guy. Like they're just fucking wild. We're going to zoom in here so you could see now where the shed is.
Is that where the shed is? Yeah.
And this This is where I believe it took place. You see how that's off the hinges?
Yeah.
Do you see this area that looks like it's been? I'll zoom in.
That's not the
So
door.
see
Where's
that
the
door?
door?
How it's like off. It
That's
should
not
be
the door.
straight.
Is that the door?
Oh yeah, that's the door to the. I'm gonna get closer, but do you see how it? Yeah, that's a whole little shed area. I'm gonna get
Okay.
closer, but this all little. Let's see the soil and vegetation area. We're gonna get closer to it. Whoopsies. But that's the area. Whoops, hold on, it's catching up. Did it freeze on us? Fuck.
It's a nice roof.
Hold on, it's a beautiful roof. So this is the aerial view. And is up to the right. That's where Dr. Moore's office is. We'll get to that, but let me get back because it's going to come back on over here. That's the little drive-through. Okay. Eldora Gatchel parked next to the doctor's car, and she says, I couldn't go out the drive-through because there was that, white truck there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And instead she goes out the back way. Here you go. And so this is what I want you to see. Is it working on your end?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. So they're going to take us on. They're going to zoom into the window, and you're going to see how it's all fucked up. The police chief, his wife worked the drive-through window, and she's a hot blonde, and her and Brian Drake just stare at each other all day.
Wait, hold
The
on.
assistant
The police chief's
that
wife
got the
worked
false confession tidbit for you.
The police chief's wife worked the drive-through.
The drive-through window with her. Yeah, he's the assistant police chief, and yes, because her family owns that, so she would work there, to help out. And but yeah, she would just stick her tits and blonde hair out, and right here is Brian Drake's. This is his office, and they would just go goo goo gaga over each other.
Were they friendly with each other?
We don't know because she was never interviewed. Nobody from the coffee shop was interviewed. But yet they told me, because I interviewed them. They told me that they were interviewed. It's just not in discovery. So because I interviewed a couple of them, and they said, we most certainly were interviewed. Fuck, the Idaho State Police used our cameras, and they found out that somebody was stealing toilet paper because remember it was COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And so they gave me the text messages to show all that. I have all of this proof, and I'm just it's just so. That's how close the two buildings were. There was a camera that was on the drive-through. And now we're going to get to this window when they zoom in, and you're going to see all of it.
Is that the one that he was shot through? I mean, reportedly.
I think it's
where's the window they're claiming he was shot through?
Yeah, this one, right? The one that we're on. So those front two, those aren't them. And they're going to come back down. They're going to zoom into it. And so all I cared about is I was looking to see if I stood at that dude's apartment, what I could see. There's another video that's coming. Hold on. Ready. So then they used a drone to do all of this, and they did this all beginning at 9:00 in the morning on the 13th. They let him, he's laying on the floor in there right now. They don't move him over 24 hours. They said, okay, we'll start on this case at 9 in the morning. Just stand outside the building. We're not going to come down there. What? This is what the Idaho State Police said. I've never heard of anything like that in my life. Here's the window. And wait till you see this path, the path of travel of this bullet that they say how he would have had to be shot. And it's it defies all logic if he was sitting on a fucking stool. And they never even, we did the measurements.
Why are they doing this with a drone?
They were using a bunch of different scans. What it seemed like they were trying to do was to scan it all because then they were using Pharaoh, they said, which I don't know if they were able to do it.
I still can't see the.
Oh,
Can
let
you
me hit
zoom
the
in?
next one. It keeps. Oh yeah, it's gonna. There's a bunch of videos. So here. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, was that? God damn it. Oh yeah. Here, hold on. Yeah. Hold on.
It's a
He used
double
this
pane
the next.
window?
Yeah. Yes. Let me pull up the next one. That was the first two, and now here's the next one. They had two different ones. Okay, so take that out, then do this one. Scene video. Here's now the entire scene video. And like I said, I'm not going to show the one but this is the.
Do you have photos that I could see later of the? Do you have photos of the entrance?
Yeah. Is it showing up on our side yet? Okay.
No.
Okay. Here we go. Come on, thing. There you go. Okay, right there. You see that? You see that
Yeah.
shed door?
Yep.
Okay, they're gonna get closer, but just so you can see where I'm looking. So they start this at. This is his vehicle. They don't process it, and they let her take it. 2 days, like she doesn't come up here on this day. She comes up here the next day, like tomorrow. So this is like Friday, and so the day after she drives up here with her dad and her brother. See that right there on the ground? Actually, you know what? I didn't even see that. Hold on. Ready? Right there. See that? See that wet
Yeah.
spot?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? See how it's off the hinges?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, and see how that wooding that they use, when I send you the pictures, it'll show his back. This like leaf shit, this like soil, it's all on his back.
But so do you see my question? Like if he shot out here and there's also a shot through the window, there has to have been, I don't know how that would happen unless there's
because it was multiple people were there. Like I believe that there was multiple people involved.
People shooting guns at the same time?
No. I believe he was shot, and then the second, like that gunshot that's in the window, I believe was the staging. So I think that happened last.
But do you think it was an
And
actual
that's what-
gunshot? Because then someone would have heard another gunshot shot later after a delay.
Yeah, well, because the only thing that I could think of is if you heard like an echo, and if the first one was used with the silencer, and what you thought you heard was an echo, and then, or I'm sorry, you didn't hear the first one, and then you hear the second one, and there was like an echo, so you thought it was like two.
I mean, a silencer on a gun doesn't silence a gun; it quiets a gun, and then you got a silencer
Correct.
that.
Here you go.
I mean, if you had a silencer, why wouldn't you use a silencer for both?
What I mean,
why would you take a silencer off?
Maybe you did. So it just, to me, take a look at this. To me, this
What's
is
the inside pane look like?
Oh, And so
And
what
does
Scott
the
Roeder
inside
said,
pain look
he
like?
said, Lana, this is what he said.
Oh, I
He
see
said,
it.
okay.
So that
He said,
shot had to
entry.
be from outside into in. That shot had to be from inside into out.
Right? That's okay because he's like the exit
entrance
wound
is small, the exit wound is big.
Yes. And so
that
guess
is
what threw
not
them all
taken from
off?
inside out, 100%.
Okay, so this is what I fucking show them, right? And I said, you guys, this was fucking this.
There is
this
zero
shot-
chance. Like, I'm sorry, I like zero chance. Just as someone who's seen a lot of and read a lot about ballistics and bullet trajectories, and so there's no fucking way that shot came from outside into in. You don't go from a wide like glass break and then it becomes narrow. That's why, like, look at a skull. Like the Holly
Yes,
Bobo shot.
exactly.
There's a very neat bullet entrance wound, the exact size of the bullet. You can see the keyhole shape almost.
Yes,
that's an entrance wound bullet, and then the exit wound's large.
Yes,
and there's no fucking way that you're.
This
like,
is
look
why
how much,
I
like.
Yes,
That was taken from the outside in.
There's no blowback. Like, why wouldn't the blowback be on the other side? Like the glass. You get what I'm like? It's all falling where? Like, I'm just like
two shot. I think what happened, I think from this, I think he was taken out back, held at gunpoint to open something or unlock something or give something up, and then brought at gunpoint back into that office, shot right there on his back, execution style, and then another bullet shot goes through the window to make it look like.
He was shot in his back, so it's just not like a where he was shot. It's not execution.
Like brought in, shot on like.
I just think he was shot purposely where he was shot because this was like the whole. Like, this was so methodically planned out as to say how this happened, which was that somebody shot him through the window, right? But
I think he was brought in, pushed it, like he shot through his back, like he's on his knee, shot it like execution style behind him. Like,
remember, he has that
a shot through his back, a shot through the window.
I just think he was ambushed outside because the reason they were calling his cell phone and he couldn't find it is because his cell phone was out there too. So like,
but he had to have been shot in that room.
Well,
people heard two shots, and there's no
he doesn't have to be shot in the room. I'm simply saying
close enough that people hear two gunshots.
Well, even if you're in the behind the building, I think that's.
But then you shoot him, and then you have to get him. Then are you running in?
Oh no, I don't necessarily think that they shot him out back. I don't necessarily think that they shot him back. He walked to his car because there was vodka in his car. That's where the vodka was located. It was in his car. He has that little tin thing. Like, it looks like what he did was he was thinking he was walking Eldora and the brother out. Like, if he thinks that he's done with them and he's gonna walk them out, right? He was ambushed in behind the building.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Ambushed by the other people that were there that were waiting. Hence her Eldora's husband, because the niece was driving the other SUV, and they said that there was two people in the SUV, and so when he goes outside, the ambush began, and then his phone falls in that brush area because, like I said, the ambush came from, hey, we're gonna move this product or whatever the fuck that they are all in business with. They're over there by that area. That's the hinges are off and that little, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Is it called a shed? I would call it a shed. Here, let me show you some more about it because he walks all the way around.
I think he was. I completely agree. He was ambushed back there. Something happened back there. There's something of value they wanted back there. Then I think he was brought at gunpoint back into his office and shot in his office, like got on his knees, shot in his back. And there's a two shot. He's shot in his back. You shoot out the window because you can stand right there, make two shots, and then someone would have heard two shots. But otherwise, I think if you hear a shot and then several minutes later hear another shot, even without asked, a witness isn't going to say, oh, I heard two shots, and not mention that were.
Well, he just said, I heard gunshots. He didn't say two. He said, I just heard gunshots.
I think either way, gunshots. I just think in general, when you ask people, when people say gunshot versus gunshots, hey, just give me 1 second. Hey, you guys, be quiet. I don't even know how to silence myself or start doing that and telling my kids to shut up.
Oh, you're good. You're like, just give me a second here. What are you guys doing? Wait, what the heck? I was trying to pull up this. Oh, here it is.
But like, I just like, I don't think that anyone you interview who heard a shot and then a long time later another shot, and I also think from a risk standpoint.
Oh yeah, they didn't say it like that. They didn't say there was like a long time later.
Would have. You can't shoot someone in the back of the building and make a bullet shot through this window without there being a delay. And from just a risk standpoint, anyone who's murdering people in general, once you shoot, you get the fuck out because people have heard it. Now you're high risk. So you're not going to shoot someone and then clean it all up and do your shit and then shoot another gun. I just, people would have heard 2 shots with some distance between unless he was shot in that room.
Yeah. So,
and there would have been blood drag. And then why would you do that? Because how are you going to get him in there? You're going to be dragging.
I think that they've definitely brought him back. He was originally outside. There's no doubt about it. Because when you see his clothes, like there's just fucking no. The chiropractor is not having a dirty ass shirt on. With the only part that's dirty is his back has all the debris on it. And I think that they were going to try to argue and to say that came from the body bag. And I would go fucking ham over that because no, go back to the scene. And when they put him on his side, the pictures are taken there. And you could see before he's ever put in a fucking body bag, you pieces of shit, he has that shit all over his back. Okay. Like, because they tried to say that in a civil case that I was claiming out here that his hands weren't bagged or some shit like that. I never fucking said that. I said that they did such a poor job with this case that the evidence, in my opinion, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this is wild to me.
I'm going to take a wild guess and no one fingerprinted those blinds.
No, they did not. And you know what else they did? They didn't take him. Where are these blinds today? And so this is what.
Look at that. Is this smooth? I bet those hold fingerprints pretty well. Like someone pulled it down to shoot through it.
1000%. Because Aldora did her interview and she was like, the blinds weren't pulled. But guess what they did, though? More importantly, someone says to me, Lana, the stipling, you have to look at the stipling. I said, you don't think that you could turn the blinds? Like, why do you think that those were the way that they were?
Because you pulled them down to shoot out the fucking window.
But I said, but more importantly, that those blinds have been flipped. Those blinds are flipped. Even like after the shooting happened, then they turned the blinds. Like they went like this because the stipling, that's what they were trying to say. Like, we can prove that it came from outside in because of the stipling. And I said, fuck you. No, you can't. I said, no, you can't. I said, how could you prove that the blinds weren't just flipped around, you stupid fucks? How about that?
The fucking bullet entrance and exit makes it obvious.
That's what I said. I said, you cannot sit here and tell me that you think that this shot happened from outside in when the smaller
there's an exit
exploding this way.
Yeah. There's an exit defect on the outside and an entrance defect on the inside. That means like the bullet came from inside out. There's no way that is a fucking outside to inside bullet hole. No way.
Yeah. And so all I said was that the blinds, whoever hung these blinds, they flipped them. Because there's 2 ways you could do this. You could go like this, or you could actually flip them like this way. And see this right here that's kind of going over the DOTERRA. If you flip them up the other way, that would fit perfectly over it the same way the other way. So they can all get fucked. I said that can easily be answered.
Well, that one looks like it's bent in.
Well, because it was, I'm saying that these blinds have been, they were rearranged because to show that's how they were trying to claim that, well, the stipling is all day consistent. So I was like, Scott, we have to show all of this. Like, he's like, I can prove, I'm telling you right now, Anna, I can prove that this shot happened from inside out.
Definitely. You don't even need to, there's no proof. Look at it.
And so, but this is
proof. It's self-evident. There's an entrance defect on the inside and an exit defect on the outside. There's just nothing else you need.
And so
I'll go shoot through a double blind right now at my house and it'll do the same thing. I actually, strangely enough, I actually have a bullet hole in a window in my house. And it looks like that.
So then ready for this part then? how can you not sit here and say Jennifer Drake then, ready for this? She knew the staging. That's why I will not get off of the fact that she's involved, because her call to the police, she didn't say that my point is that Brian Drake would have never said to his wife that I was shot through a window, because he wasn't. You get it? So then her saying to the police on the 911 call, saying that my husband said that he was shot through a window, she's the only person that knows the staging of it. She says it on the phone, because Brian would have never said it, because he wasn't shot through the window. This shot right here, you get how I'm trying to say it? Like, it's
And
she couldn't. How does she know about it though? How does she know? She had to have been there, or she's talking with the person.
Or she knew what the setup was. Yeah,
exactly. Bingo. And so that's why I will not get off the fact that, because this window to me proves that nobody would ever be on the phone with their wife and saying, I got shot through a window, if they didn't get shot through a window, because he was not shot through any fucking window.
I have a real hard time believing someone shot through their scapula into their fucking lung.
This person says there's no way that came from inside. Don't care what any of y'all think.
Yeah.
They're saying this is...
There's no way that came from inside. Don't care what any of y'all think. How come you don't think that?
Yeah. Go do the sample.
Tell us.
I know. That's what I want to say. And then I said, you know what? Then my argument went away from this, and I said, your timeline is off. Your girl says she calls 911. There's no call of her calling 911. Your girl claims all of this shit. It's Eldora Gatchel says that she sees a white truck. Nope, the pilot was gone. She couldn't have saw a white truck that comes in there. That happened after the pilot was gone. So Eldora Gatchel keeps herself there at the crime scene. Now it's not just Brian Drake that could have made that phone call. It's Eldora, the man that the two witnesses see. And Jennifer Drake, as recently as a couple days ago, goes out on the internet and says to the attorney general, hey, solve my husband's case. Hey, why haven't you arrested Dan Moore yet? Like, what are you guys doing? She just got a $15 million settlement last year because she won a civil case because the Moores defaulted, because their attorneys basically committed fraud. They took $200,000 cash and then told them, hey, you should just default because we haven't done any work. And they're like, Lana's given you all the work. What do you mean you haven't done? We paid you $200,000 cash after we paid Jill Bolton $750,000. So we paid $1 million, and none of you guys want to go up against the police. The double pane makes it hard to see, in my opinion, says Mary. If I was shot in the back. So here we'll continue.
Let me read what ChatGPT has to say about it. I asked ChatGPT, if a bullet is shot through double pane glass, what will the bullet holes look like? When a bullet passes through double pane glass, 2 layers with an air or gas gap between them, the damage pattern is usually distinct on each pane and reflects how glass fractures under high-speed impact. Here's what you'll typically see. The first pane, entry side, small, clean entry hole surrounded by radial cracks, spiderweb lines spreading outward, concentric cracks, circle rings. This side often looks more tight and controlled. Second pane, after the air gap. By the time the bullet reaches the second pane, it is slightly destabilized, slower, so you'll see a larger, more irregular hole, more extensive cracking, sometimes less symmetrical fracture patterns. So, thank you, ChatGPT.
For proving us right.
That's a bullet that is coming from inside that office.
And going outside to the, in the air,
Have you, what's on the other side of that?
We looked, that's why, so we looked for the bullet. And I got on the case so late though. So like,
but what's on the, it's a coffee shop.
Yeah.
Is it brick?
And then, here, it was like stucco / brick. Yeah. Spirko, I think. Wait, let me press play here. And then I just was like, you know, the timeline of this crime happened way earlier. And these motherfuckers want to act like this happened way later, and it just did not. This happened right before 7 o'clock. Hold on, this is...
Wait, is that also glass outside that window?
Well, it's like it fell like down.
Yeah, it's outside too, though.
It's down in it, and it's outside of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how...
I agree, I like that.
Cop could even, like...
And it's on the outside ledge. See that right there? And to me, it's just like, yeah. And so I did the measurements of all of this, okay? And I said, okay, put Brian Drake on his stool sitting there. Do you know where that bullet would have hit him? That bullet would have hit him in the fucking head. The bullet's not going to hit him. And if he's crouching, like, but the bullet entry wound is at an upward angle. And that's what the other part was, is it's inconsistent with, even if you're going to try to say that that bullet came from outside that fucking door or that window from the outside in.
We wouldn't know, because you're not going to get an accurate shot through a double pane window, because that's the whole point, is it destabilizes as it hits an object. And so the accurate shot is the first, then it's, where's it going to go after that?
Well, but I'm saying if you're sitting in the stool, though, I met, they did his torso.
Been too low.
Huh?
Like he would have been too low.
Yeah, he's way too low. His back, where he was hit, it's impossible. And that's why they didn't reenact it, because you fucking can't do it. But we tried to do it, and that's what we were going to prove, is that you can't. That's the door that was unlocked right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the wound would have glass fragments inside. It did not.
Mm-hmm.
There's a ton of, there's just so
much
much
messier shot. Did he? I want to see the autopsy.
Mm-hmm.
And
there was, so they walk back through here. There was a huge it was like $1 million drug bust that happened in October. So Dan Moore's arrested in August. In October, a huge drug bust right on the border of Bonners Ferry in Canada. And they found close, or if not over, $1 million in cocaine and all this shit. I think it was cash and cocaine, or maybe it was just all just the cocaine. And then they refused to talk about it anymore, because I was like, well, who got arrested for it? They tracked down some like black SUV and a Range Rover and shit. And this was just like, I was really interested in to find out who was in this Range Rover. Who was like, what the fuck? It's a lot of money. Maybe it was even more than, maybe it was like 3.2 million. But here's this back area, and I'm just like, this is crazy. This is the type of shit that was all in his back. And then this little, see this wood? See that?
Mm-hmm.
And that was like little, there was like little, it looks like he was pushed up against this, and he was all in the back. Like his back was on the ground, right? Go to the left a little bit. Maybe I have to go from the beginning. There's another video, because then it goes inside. But I just want you to see if I can zoom in on this part right here. I am so now very, very curious of what that is, that wet area right there.
Now, if you look, there's discoloration under the picnic table, and on the
But this looks
asphalt,
wet.
like further back, there's also discoloration.
I don't know. Is that a piece of glass? Hold
Where?
on. Right there. What's that? See that?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, make that thing go down. See that?
Yeah.
We have, I'm gonna see if there's any pictures more of that. But anyways, we can go though. We've done a lot of introduction into it, but the I just wanted you to have like this timeline. I wanted you to have like just the ridiculousness of it. Is just like, okay, we have to eliminate the wife. Like that's what every investigation does. Like they eliminate the spouse. And all she did was just she made statements that were false. She says she makes a 911 call. That 911 call is not on her phone. That 911 call is not on any it wasn't on dispatch with Cooney County. Then she lies about their marriage. She lies about their money situation. She's Airbnb-ing her home. Oh, and then the night before his murder, I catch her breaking into his phone because he had an app called the Hidden Eye app. And she's trying to put the password in and she can't get it right. And what this app does is it takes pictures of you from both sides of the camera. And I was able, when I went through his Cellbrite, I found the pictures of her and the opposite side was like their living room, like carpet. And I was able to match it up to the Airbnb photos to prove that, yep, this is inside their home. This is the night before the murder. She's trying to break into his phone. And then all of a sudden the next day when they get to his phone after he's murdered, she's like, his phone didn't have a password protect on it. Shouldn't have had one on there. And it's like,
why the fuck would somebody not have a password protect on their phone, but they have a special app that takes a picture of both sides of the camera when someone's trying to unlock your phone?
yep.
Am I understanding what you're saying correctly? He has it. Why would he he has an app that takes pictures of both sides of the camera when somebody's attempting to unlock the phone?
Well, if they get it wrong.
Yeah.
So he knew that his wife was trying to break into his phone.
Mhm.
And so he was documenting this, right? Because he has this app. Then I found that he took a short video the night before the murder. He's in his bed. He shows himself in his bed and then zooms over to the bathroom area where she's brushing her teeth. And I swear he was documenting, hey, I'm in my bed right now. Hey, this is who is with me. Is if I'm like, he was documenting things in a way. It was like,
I'm speculating, but that's cheating.
If I die, it's this bitch. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, he goes out to have drinks with a friend that night that she never has him doing any of that side. So he goes and he does that. He comes back. Right before he did that, his phone had 5 attempts to break in that his app stored.
Mary P 123. That's like 100%. Of course, someone working in medicine has his phone locked. You can't have, nobody working in medicine. If you have patients, we all have access through our phones. Like nobody's not using their phones. I know you had a work phone. You still are going to be using your personal phone and you have to.
Yeah, she tried to tell the police that his phone was never locked. I can get into it whenever. It's just like all of it's lies. And so when they got to his phone though, it did not have, what'd you say?
Who doesn't have their phone locked? Like if you're in the chat and you don't have your, does anyone not have a lock on their phone?
Yeah, I do.
I do.
Then they found
and take the bio stuff off because that's another way that police get into it.
Yeah. Here, I want to show you one last thing. This is where I blame the detectives, and this is just unbelievable that they would do this. They put together a PowerPoint presentation, and when they did it, this is
Oh,
wait,
fuck
here we go.
no. This has been 4 hours. I'm not looking at a
This is
PowerPoint right now. I need to go get some
Okay.
wine and yell at my kids some more.
Yeah. Oh, well, I just want you to see that. No, you're not looking at PowerPoint. I want you to see what they did. See, this is like their timeline. And where's the part where it says it turns in? It's okay. Right here. Moore's truck, northbound on Denver, northbound on 95, into the far north parking lot, around the logo shop, through the drive-through, past the window where the shot was fired, around other side, backs up, and then so this is the timestamp of, you see how it says 7:17 and 52 seconds? They're trying to say that this white truck, okay, that this white truck right there, that's the truck that Eldora is saying that she saw. But guess what? Her vehicle had left almost 2 minutes prior to that, just to show you. And then what they didn't put in this timeline for probable cause is if you put down what time the pilot leaves, which would be between and before the 7:17 and 52 seconds, then it's so easily able to be understood by anybody with a fucking brain, as even a third grader. It's chronological order. Eldora Gatchel couldn't have seen the white truck there because she had already left. And so this white truck, how does Eldora even know that it comes and it plants its ass there?
Yeah, I know. I think you're well beyond figuring out if something's if there's fuckery, and you're to the why.
Yeah,
I want to
so
see that autopsy report. I want to comb through that.
I'll send that to you.
I want to see all the photos.
I'll give you all that. Yeah, tonight I'm going to show at 9:00. It's never been seen before, guys. I'm going to put out Jennifer Drake's deposition where she gets literally the tough questions that the law enforcement people would not ask her. A lawyer asks her in a civil case and she, under oath, mind you, is caught in every, she's caught left and right in lies, or they set her up to that can be your answer right now. Sure, that sounds great, because then we're coming back in this trial and we have you. But it never got to the point of a trial. But this is all the stuff that law enforcement should have done that they didn't. And you just have to ask yourself, why? This is just, to me, 101 investigating. And the Idaho State Police covered up the true nature of a murder and have no problem with an innocent man going to prison. And I want to know why. And if Jennifer Drake has nothing to do with this, Jennifer Drake, call me. Tell me how wrong I am. I've asked you to do a documentary. We'll do 10 episodes. I'll take 30 minutes. You take 30 minutes. You put out your shit. I'll put out this shit. And you think that the Moores did this, or that Dan Moore did this? You're fucked. The time frame is wrong. But you can't refuse to show any of this shit because it puts you on the hook. Period. That's all. So, and it's sad. And these are the same people that investigated the University of Idaho 4 student murders. And that's why I took such a strong interest in it, because this is their work. And if this is their work in this type of a case, now you put a complex 4 people stabbed to death. You want to go with Idaho State Police's timeline? The fuck out of here. They did the same thing in this case. Their timeline is wrong. And they knew it was wrong. Just like Dylan saying what she said. They knew that she didn't see what she saw. So take it for what you want. But I say, come out and prove to me that Jennifer Drake is innocent. And I'll take down every fucking video I've ever made about this case. But you can't. Nobody can. Because Jennifer Drake lied when she said that she was talking to her husband from 7:17 until 7:26, because her husband was already fucking shot and dead. That's 1,000. The eyewitnesses, the 911 call that doesn't exist. And this was so easy. This is so easy that the Idaho State Police couldn't figure it out. It's all right here. It's so fucking easy. It's because they covered up for the locals. They covered up for Bonners Ferry Police Department, and they covered up for the sheriff's department. And if you actually knew what those police officers were doing prior to this murder, the sheriff's department people named Mac, Detective Mac, Caleb Watts, the assistant police chief, Marty Ryan, throw them all in the fucking hat, throw all their names out there. If you knew where they were during the time of the actual crime, it would blow your fucking tits out of the water. Whatever the fuck the Drakes have been involved with Aldora's family and with law enforcement is no fucking good. And they are using the church. They're using the church. And there's people out there that have been friends with Jennifer Drake and Brian Drake for a long time. If you gave a shit about Brian Drake, you would not stand by and fucking allow an innocent man to be fucking pegged for his murder. He didn't know him. He had no reason to kill him. He had no reason to scare him. He did not know him. Brian Drake was involved with pills, steroids, and the transporting of them, selling them, buying them. It's in his own text messages. I don't believe for a second that law enforcement would cover up for a wife that just had her, that put a hit on her own husband for just the fact that he's a cheating piece of shit. Why would you cover for her with that? This is way deeper than that. And it tells me by them covering up how this all happened. It's way deeper than that, and it involves the government workers who wear badges, people. And I'm going to lay it all out because since there wasn't a trial, I kept all my work under wraps. Now I get to put it the fuck all out there. And I'm going to put every single piece of it out there. And it implicates every single law enforcement person that you can think of in that town. Aldora's brother is dead. After I did a couple of my videos, all of a sudden, he winds up dead in October of 2023. I did my first couple of videos in August of 2023. He's found he dies a couple months after that. And why no lawyers in that town want to take this on. I did all the work. What do you fucking want to have? Have everything I have. I have nothing but boxes full of shit. And it all comes from the criminal discovery that Jennifer Drake has in an active investigation. And you want to give this to the fucking AG's office, Jennifer? Let's fucking go. Yeah, I'll call up Jeff Nye right now. Hey, Jeff Nye, I know you guys have a bunch of egg on your face. Here, do you want to redeem yourselves? How about we take down some governmental workers? Call up Trump. Tweet about it. Fucking pieces of shit. These are all trash can people. And why does Brian Drake's phone and his wife's phone have their daughter posed in a fucking bathroom bubble bath before 5 p.m. during the week? Who takes pictures of their, 12-year-old in a fucking bathtub posing? Last time I checked, I think that's kind of, that'd probably get you like target for like, hey, what the fuck's going on over here? Why are you taking pictures of your kid in a bathtub? And this wasn't like an eye shot photo. This is somebody somebody standing on something that has downward angles on the bathtub. The fuck out of here. We'll see on the next one. Thank you so much, Allie Tally. And thank you guys so much. I know everybody here appreciates all the work that I've done on this case. I put so many hours into this case. And it's because I'm passionate about the fact that whatever the hell is going on in that town, it's involving kids, in my opinion, and involves drugs, kids, and guns. And that town's sick. And they make it seem like it's just a great little place. Bonner's Ferry is just so great. Fuck you. Bonner's Ferry is trash. Sandpoint's trash. And fucking Coeur d'Alene and Hayden, fucking trash. You guys protect people that fuck with kids. That's what the fuck y'all do down there. I've been there numerous times. And there's so many great people there. So many fucking great people there. But it is underbelly of trash. It's so pretty there, and yet it's so fucking ugly at the same fucking time. And nobody can get out of the sickness because the lawyers are in bed with the cops. The defense lawyers are horrible. Okay? Because they're just big circle jerk with the judges, who there's like none of them there. Judges, cops, prosecutors, they're all in the same fucking family. Nothing in Idaho seems to ever goes to fucking trial. Go take a look. Sick. Sickening. Jennifer Drake fits the profile of the Maxwell woman to a T. Take that to the fucking bank. Every big perving piece of shit always has a woman to groom away. Nasty fucks.